And thank you very, very much for joining us today. I now declare open the public hearing of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety via video and teleconference. In accordance with the committee's resolutions, the hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now welcome representatives of Dolly's Dream, the Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Welfare, and the Isolated Children and Parents Association to give evidence today. Thank you very much for your time, and I ask you that for the Hansard record, for you to each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Stephen Bendall. I'm the General Manager of Dolly's Dream.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Deb Sabaris. I'm the CEO of Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Welfare.
Michelle Lonsdale, Deputy CEO of Centre for Excellence.
Kate Everett, co-founder of Dolly's Dream.
Thank you very much for that.
Of the Isolated
Can I just ask, can I just check with broadcasting whether the sound quality is okay? All right.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything, so that must be fine. Thank you. Just some technicalities before we proceed to a discussion. To advise you that although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, that I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. In inviting each of our representatives to make a short opening statement or some opening remarks, if you would like to, before we do move to some discussion and questions from the committee, I'd like to firstly acknowledge and thank you for the submissions that you did put forward. They are very much appreciated, and also for the recommendation of also hearing from the Isolated Children and Parents Association. So we really appreciate all of our witnesses, your time, your attendance today, and we thank you very much for agreeing to provide your insights and your perspectives on this really important issue. I might, in the order in which they are listed on our witness list, so firstly to Dolly's Dream, then to the Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Welfare, and then to the Isolated Children and Parents Association. Just invite you if you'd like to make any opening comments or thoughts or perspectives. We're very conscious that there are some very, difficult, challenging, awful stories in this space. And the committee, I guess one of the things that we're very conscious of is a desire to make sure that what has happened in the past, we don't want to see that happening in the future and beyond. But if there are any perspectives that you would like to share to help the committee's inquiries and deliberations, that would be very, very much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. Kate is going to read an opening statement for Dolly's Dream.
Thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to appear here today. The issue of social media and online safety has never been more important than now, especially for young children, for children and young people. It's been just over 4 years since we lost our beautiful daughter, Dolly. And we have set up Dolly's Dream since then. As part of our campaign to stop bullying, we have worked tirelessly to help others navigate the world of social media and online safety. Every day I get messages or I'm stopped in the street by parents struggling with how to protect their children from the dark holes of social media, asking them how to keep them safe online. We appreciate that the online world keeps our kids connected. It opens up a world we didn't have growing up. And while it can be an extremely positive experience for some, like us, there are many, many families who have children at boarding school, more than not relying on this technology to stay connected with each other. And this is where we leave our children's safety in the hands of platform providers and school environments. We can't leave the safety of vulnerable children at the commercial hands of platform and service providers, and we must ensure that the users behave properly online, data is secure, and the privacy of young people is protected. We know the government is addressing issues in the online environment in many ways, and in our brief submission, we hope that the work of this committee aligned with all that other work. We hope the committee puts children at the centre of its findings and that it acknowledges the need for education and support to vulnerable populations. Families such as ours ultimately bear the burden of unsafe social media and online practices. We should expect the same safety standards are applied in online environments as we expect in real world environments. And we hope that this committee will help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Everett. Are there any further opening statements or comments before we move to questions?
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could firstly just go to that very powerful opening statement, and thank you for providing it. Your comment in relation to making sure that we have, and I didn't write it down exactly word for word, but it was with reference to making sure that we have the same safety standards online as what we have in the real world. It's a very powerful statement. I'm just wondering, would you mind elaborating a little bit more on that, and particularly where you see there's a disconnect, what areas specifically this committee should be focusing on?
If I may, clearly there's a whole, we're well aware that people say things online that they wouldn't in the car park or in the school ground or in even at home, and we understand it's a huge challenge. I think Kate's articulated what we all hope would happen, but the issues of anonymity clearly are significant. We know that there are a number of positives around being whistleblowers and things like that. So the issue of anonymity is not an easy one to fix. But when it's used purely for the purpose of trolling somebody, bullying somebody, abusing, all of the things that we know that the worst of social media, they're some of the issues that we hope platforms, service providers, regulators are able to at least have a meaningful conversation and work with others, obviously, and you've got other speakers from around the world today. We understand there must be a solution there somewhere. We don't, unfortunately, have the silver bullet that we can hand over to the committee, but it's one that I think the community and regulators need to talk about, constantly, because that's probably at the heart of the ability of people for the online safety environment to be, so unsafe.
And thank you. And with reference to, I'm still actually thinking about the very powerful statements that were made. So I apologise that I am stumbling for a moment. I might actually throw to the Deputy Chair and then I'll come back to my questions, if that's okay, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for the very important work that you do in this space. It is really meaningful and impactful. Can I just ask a specific question about an aspect of the regulatory response to this? One of the issues that I've seen that there's a difference of opinion between the eSafety Commissioner and the platforms on is around the way that end user notices are used when dealing with bullying incidents relating to children. I ask this because I can see there's an emphasis from the work that Dolly Stream has done, in not just focusing on, you know, as you say, sort of say silver bullet solutions, but changing the whole culture relating to bullying. And the current practice seems to be that when there is identified online bullying that the eSafety Commissioner becomes involved in, and that content is taken down from the internet, it's not the standard practice for a notice to be sent to the perpetrators, the people that have posted that content, informing them of this. I believe the reason for this is that, you know, people are concerned about how intimidating it might be to get a formal notice from a government body as a child. Digi, the advocacy group for the platforms, has argued that actually maybe sending these end user notices could play an important role in an educative sense, in a standard setting and a culture sense. I wonder if you have an opinion on that kind of engagement with perpetrators in this space, whether that's something that we should be encouraging, and how you think about engagement with perpetrators more broadly.
I might speak first. Kate may have a view, of course. Thanks for the question. The work of Dolly's Dream is we're trying to move more upstream than dealing with the perpetrator. We're trying to move up. So I'll come back to that point if you don't mind. But we're trying to move more upstream by, you know, changing the culture around the issue of bullying within communities, families, schools, where we're trying to identify opportunities to change the culture around that. We understand that the perpetrator needs to be held accountable, but often we might find that that is also a young, vulnerable person that needs more assistance than to be able to be educated and helped from undertaking that sort of behaviour. So to your question, I must say we haven't put our mind within Dolly's Dream greatly towards how we deal with perpetrators. What we're trying to do is move more upstream to change the behaviours before that happens. So from a Dolly's Dream point of view, we haven't put a great deal of emphasis on that. So I don't believe, unless Kate has another view, that we have a strong view about those issues with the perpetrator. I think the committee is aware that Dolly's Dream partners with the Alana and Madeline Foundation, who have already presented to the committee and have submitted quite a significant detailed submission, and we would defer on some of those issues to their expertise, whereas the work that Kate and TIC are undertaking and I'm assisting with, as I said, is moving more upstream, changing those cultures around bullying. And Kate may like to add, given her experience.
Thank you, Stephen. I think in our experience is what motivates us to do, as Stephen's mentioned, is to go upstream and concentrate on the education and there's different channels here. I think as the Alana Madeline Foundation have added in their submission. Look, the focus on calling out perpetrators is a positive step, but as Stephen said, our main work within Dolly's Dream is that positive education process, hopefully, before we get to that.
Okay, so it sounds like you're sympathetic to the tension here between wanting to engage in an educative sense between perpetrators without while also recognising that often these perpetrators are vulnerable kids as well. So maybe there's a middle path we need to find here. Instead of sort of scary takedown notices being sent to perpetrators, some kind of educative intervention might be more effective here.
I think that's not unreasonable.
Sorry, Mr. Bendel, please continue.
No, that's fine. As I said, we don't have a definitive view about the perpetrators. I think there's a range of issues, and it might be, age dependent. Might be on, whether they're multiple issues. So it's another one of those really difficult issues to deal with.
Thank you.
If I could ask a question that actually has come about directly as a result of the Deputy Chair's questions and observations there, very important ones. I'm thinking about the process of awareness when, so let's say a kid is behaving in a way that is causing harm, a young person. Is part of the education being made aware of that harm and actually having that taken down? Does that help? In your view, do you think that would actually help change the culture, change the understanding? In other words, if it's left there, does that, I guess the counter argument or the counter question I'm also asking, and I'm thinking about it, is that part of the education process itself to help people understand, and I'm going to expand on that, not just young people, but all people understand about the impact of some of the things that can be said that are incredibly harmful online?
Once again, if I may, I think the right to remove material is significant. So I think that if I choose, if it's a personal, if I choose to leave it there and choose not to have it removed, I'm making a decision about that. But I think young people especially, and many vulnerable groups should have the right to remove material. So they should be able to have a rapid response by the platforms, and that's where the Safety Commissioner can help with that. But that right to remove material, I think, is very important. The other aspect, I think, to your first part of your question, Chair, the process of restorative justice is important as well. So that's where there's the learning opportunity for perpetrators in the restorative justice process.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you. In relation to the role of platforms, we heard from some of the platforms before in relation to, and I'm thinking particularly of their content policy, harmful content policy, whatever, term they use for them. And I just wondered, it seemed there were a number of examples provided where there wasn't a definitive response from the witnesses in relation to whether that would be removed or would meet the harmful content threshold. Do you think enough is being done by those platforms in relation to end user safety? If I could put it in a sort of different way, keeping their customers safe, keeping their users safe. Is enough being done, or is it a matter of the policies are there, but how they're actually being moderated or evaluated or managed is not meeting community expectations? What are some of your views around that?
I'll have a quick view, and then I ask Kate to, but I don't really think it's up to the platforms to decide what's safe and what is abusive to me. I think that there needs, the users need to be able to engage with the platforms to determine, what's safe for me and what, I have a right to remove that's written about me. So I think that threshold should be much lower and much more child focused rather than, organisationally focused. But Kate,
Thank you. Just in regards to that, this has possibly been mentioned previously, but to have those platforms default to the highest safety possible, especially with those younger users, it shouldn't. A lot of platforms now default to the lowest possible safety settings, and as users continue to get younger, and the last 2 years with the COVID pandemic and so much more screen time, kids are being able to have so much more access than previously. I think a really positive step would be ensuring that those platforms are using the highest safety measures possible with those younger users.
Thank you. I think I'd like to actually just invite some comment from the Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Welfare, if that's okay, just as part of this conversation. I'm also, there's just so many different questions to come out of some of these, so I might just stop for a moment and just invite comment there.
Thank you, Chair. Fantastic to be here. And I'd like to also acknowledge Dolly and Dolly's family being here today. It's a real privilege to be in this space with you and hear what you're doing in her name. So thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to also acknowledge land. I'm on Wurundjeri land of the Kulin Nation here in Victoria. I'd like to acknowledge elders past and present and those that are emerging, and any Aboriginal people who may be listening to proceedings today. You may not know about the Centre for Excellence. We're the peak body for child and family services in Victoria. Our members work with families across the continuum of family services, early intervention right through to out-of-home care. I'd also like to acknowledge the significant impact that COVID has had on Victorians, but particularly on Victorian children. And being here today highlights that the online environment and its impacts over the last 2 years will not have been insignificant. They will present us with challenges going forward that I think we're yet to fully appreciate. We submitted to this inquiry into social media and online safety because we're particularly interested in making sure children and young people are equipped with the knowledge and skills to be able to navigate the online world safely. And I have to say, in a way, COVID has just amplified our need to do this with some urgency. As Kate said before, we already had significant problems, but from our perspective, we see those things having escalated as a consequence of children's only option, particularly in Victoria, was online education and also online socialisation. Last year, we consulted with hundreds of carers, kinship and foster carers, to better understand their concerns regarding their children's interactions with social media and the online environment. And I think you'd be very surprised at how skilled and capable kids are now in the online environment, and that many carers and parents really are not. And thus, it presents us as adults with some challenges. They described a range of unsafe and harmful online situations, some of which we've included in our submission. Children in care, by definition, have experienced trauma in their lives. For many, this increases their vulnerability to grooming, scams, bullying, sexting, and requests from unknown people to be friends, and other online behaviour that undermines children's sense of self-worth. And it is terrifying absolutely terrifying what's going on in the online environment for some of these children. Multiple examples were given by carers of online experiences that had left the young person feeling foolish, humiliated, afraid, and less trusting. Some of the examples given by carers related to children with low self-esteem or cognitive challenges, which left them particularly vulnerable to online predators. Carers also reported that COVID-19 had intensified their children's online use, significantly increasing the risk of exposure to harm for the children in their care. Our submission also referred to the link between social media and mental health problems in young people. And really, Karen is best equipped to talk about that from a real life experience. With research indicating that prolonged use of social media has been associated with decreased disrupted and delayed sleep, as well as depression, memory loss, and poor academic performance. Now, I don't mean to be too gloomy, but these are pretty scary. This is a pretty scary situation, and I think from our perspective, we need a multi approach to address this over the next few years. So while our submission highlighted the range of harms faced by children and young people, particularly those who are already vulnerable through their entry to care in engaging with social media and the online world, we also pointed some positive measures that better support young people and children. Certainly our online e-safety commissioners are doing a fantastic job, and we point to the 10 elements to be considered with online safety programs and approaches being developed, including the development of digital resilience through enhancing the tech skills and critical thinking of all stakeholders, including children, in discussions about their online safety. The Centre welcomes a range of evidence-informed resources provided by the Safety Commissioner and its report in 2021 on youth engagement in online safety strategies and decision-making. We also welcome the Commonwealth Government's commitment to establish an online safety use advisory council. These pieces of infrastructure are really important. Our submission highlighted the need for a balanced approach to online engagement that harnesses positive elements while mitigating these significant risks that result in harm. Children, young people, carers and parents, families and communities have all benefited from social and learning opportunities afforded by social media and online access. But more than ever, it is critical that we address the risks associated with these digital platforms. My colleagues talk about the reluctance of online platforms to really be brought to account in the way that we really need them to in this day and age. The Centre believes that education in media literacy, digital citizenship, help seeking and safe navigation of online spaces, and listening to children and young people themselves, what they say about online use and risk mitigation strategies will empower children, young people and families to use the internet as a force for good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I'm conscious there are a number of other questions. I might just throw open one, and I'm sort of picking up some threads from all of the various responses that we've had so far this morning, and I thank you for that. The comment in relation to community standards, it's not that they shouldn't be set by the platforms, and I would absolutely agree with you. I'm picking up on some conversation we had in earlier public hearings. I'm just wondering what your view is. The platforms are not responsible for setting community standards, so but in not upholding them, are they not therefore influencing them in relation to the online space? And if this is the case, should there be greater ability to ensure that big tech, that the platforms themselves are actually ensuring that their harmful content policies are meeting relevant community standards, and in order to ensure that they're not influencing them? Just invite a comment in relation to that.
Deb Savaris here from the Centre for Excellence. I mean, it's all a little slow, Chair. In many ways, the harm is done quite quickly and then the response is very, very slow. these platforms are incredibly powerful, and for some young people, they really enjoy them. But when it goes wrong, it goes seriously wrong. And I think that our timeliness and engagement with these platforms by those that are most impacted, and finding a mechanism to do that is really, really urgent. I'd have to say, I don't know how many of you are on these platforms. I am on them, and they're pervasive. And so a mechanism by which we can work with them to ensure that they are responsible is really critical. And self-regulation is not the best way to approach that.
Thank you very much for that. I might, mindful of time, I might throw to Ms. Webster.
Hello there. Some of you I've met before. Hello again. I'm very interested in this space, partly due to my own experience and subsequent court case holding someone to account, which was very costly. And although we won, there is no remuneration that has actually come our way. These are bigger issues. What we want are safe social media platforms, and particularly in this instance, we're talking about kids and teenagers. One of the thoughts that I have had, and I just would be very interested in your views on this, Kate, in particular, but perhaps any of you who have a comment, is in order to maintain younger children's safety, do you think there is any value in considering children needing a license to be on? And what I mean by that is, if you drive a car, you've got to get a license. I mean, you can drive unlicensed, it's not a good idea. But for children, if they are between 4 and 8, for example, that's a particular designated license, which only allows access to specific, very controlled programs. Now, ideally, we'd say, well, parents should do that. But the reality is, as we've seen, children and you've spoken about, Deb, more and more children, young children, are online and accessing things like YouTube and, like, honestly, the horror stories. Is there a feasibility where legislation could be introduced that means that children who are using a phone, rather than the phone being mine and anybody can use it, if a child gets on, they have their own little passcode, whatever that might be, that's simple for them. That's the only way they can get on. And it actually limits the kind of interactions that they can have and the platforms that they can attain to. I know it's a little bit out of the box, but I'm just interested in your views about that.
Look, as part of our what we've focused on at Dolly Stream in the last 4 years with the education, part of that has been around the Alana Madeline digital license and the Dolly Stream DigiPledge. And look, as you say, if there was a license, we're not allowed to drive a car, we're not allowed to do so many other things in life without, you know, the appropriate education and licensing. It only seems logical that we would have something like this in the online world. With our DigiPledge, you know, it focuses on sort of the teens and tweens. We can, you know, make that education for a much younger age bracket. This, in our experience and the messages from families that we continue to receive every day with how to keep up with what their children are doing online, what they have access to. Look, I think that the possibility of such measures could only be positive. Stephen might have some more to add to that.
I think, you know, Kate, there are mechanisms, whether it's a a regulated license, like a driver's license, or whether it's as Kate has said, a product or process of education that engages the entire family prior to use. I think there are a couple of different ways of approaching it as well. But at the same time, the platforms should also be held to account to ensure that their users are age appropriate and age verified. So we can make all these other things around, once again, aimed at the individuals, but it's a little bit like your example of driving. We can license anybody, but if we don't have safe cars and safe roads and road barriers and speed limits around the system, which in our online environment is the platforms, if we don't have safe platforms, no amount of licensing is going to help.
Look, I absolutely agree with you. And I think part of the other mechanism that we have is in our real world, as opposed to digital world, is that we have police, we have court charges, we have jail time. Like there are genuine restraints that are placed on drivers from behaving badly. Doesn't mean that they all obey that we all obey the rules and do the right thing all the time, obviously. But however, it is a constraint on people to do the right thing. And I'm interested from any of you whether you think that the current mechanisms for holding social media platforms to account are sufficient, and if they're not, what kind of mechanisms could be introduced? I know I'm kind of asking you about rules here, but I'm interested in what you think practically could be done to hold social media platforms to account, because I personally don't think that they are being held to account in any way, shape or form, certainly not adequately. And the measures where they are held to account are, I don't know, rubber sticks, seems to me. Anyway, I'm just interested in your views on this.
I'd like to say something. Michelle Longstaff from the Centre for Excellence. I'd like to pick up something that Deb said before about the critical importance of a multi-dimensional approach. So there are so many players and stakeholders involved, so that those social platforms, that's one end. You think of a child of 4 who can under child's parental restrictions, for example, or a child of 2 who's swiping on their parent's phone. We need something that supports children at whatever age they are, what developmental age they are, to give them those skills at that time to promote digital literacy. Carers clearly told us that they want to know what the red flags are. They want to know what's happening with technology, like what's the latest thing that they should be aware of, where can they go for support. They haven't all heard of the Safety Commissioner, for example, or they may not have heard of Dolly's Dream. So how do we make sure they can find those places for support? It also rests with schools as well. Government policy and legal frameworks can barely keep up with technology that is changing so rapidly. So that's my comment. It's not only the social platforms that have an obligation, a whole range of different stakeholders have to have a consistent approach.
Yeah, it's a bit like the measures that are needed at the top of the cliff rather than the ambulance at the bottom. And at the moment, you're picking up, and what we are horrified by are the ambulances that are not even there at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the race is on. It's felt like the race has been on for a long time, doesn't it? Like the race is on. We feel a little disempowered, actually, if we're to be honest. Where we have become empowered is during COVID. Most of us, I mean, I can troubleshoot my computer now that I wasn't able to do when I was in the office, right? So we have gained skills that we didn't have, capabilities we didn't have. I mean, the chair was able to fix her technology to get this meeting going, which was amazing. So, I think that we've certainly built a capability. What we actually have to do is we have to get ahead of this if we can, because actually those very large social media platforms have resources that we could only dream of, all of us. We have to find a way to get ahead of that, because actually, there are also benefits from social media platforms that we have. If you think about this, we weren't able to do this 2 years ago. So what does it look like to have those benefits? And I think that actually empowering children and parents to be ahead of the game is, because they want to be, actually. Kate said it, like, she's getting phone calls all the time about, well, what do I need to do? I'm really worried. Now, children are getting groomed online. There's bullying, there's grooming, there's stalking, there's terrifying things happening. Aside from the, what we would consider that we don't really want you wasting your time on social media, that's sort of the least of our worries. But some of those really extreme behaviours, we have to try and stamp out. But if we can get ahead of this through a range of approaches where we put these bits of infrastructure in place, it will mean that we're probably doing better than the rest of the world. And I think we're going to need to, because this environment is here to stay. I mean, we're not going to travel in the way that we did in the past. The school system's going to use a hybrid model even into the future. So I think we're going to have to find a way to get ahead of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy.
Alana Motter, the Isolated Children Parents Association.
Yes.
Thanks, Ms Muller.
Hello, and thank you to participate today. I just wanted to add to the conversation, and I understand, there's information being put there, like what Deb's saying about COVID and what it's created. And I just think we really need to remember that for geographically isolated children, they've been doing this for a very long time. They have to use online, have access to online platforms for their education, for starters. And then when they go off to boarding school, when a geographically isolated family sends their child to boarding school, they don't want them to be isolated at the boarding school. They want them to be able to have contact with their family and with the outside world while they're there. So I think while safeguards need to be put in place, we also need to remember that these tools are a powerful tool and are a useful tool in some ways. So we need to be careful to ensure that there's still a range of availability for them to use it in a way that is effective and efficient in the unique circumstances that they find themselves in, because completely removing their access or limiting their access too much may end up with with the opposite problem, whereby we have underhand things happening because we don't know about it. We need to be able to know about it as parents, but we need to be supported as parents to ensure that what our children are using, we understand and we understand what issues are there for them, and we can have conversations with them about it, because if we don't understand, we can't help our children in the situations.
Can I ask another question, Chair, please?
Yes, and once you've concluded your questions, I'll throw it to the Deputy Chair. Thanks, Ms Webster.
Our focus is on protecting children, as it should be, but I'm interested in your views on whether the measures for those who perpetrate such, I'm going to call them crimes, some people may not call them crimes, but I'm going to call them crimes, are the responses at this point adequate? And I ask the question because in my case, we won our court case. The person was found, it's not called guilty when it's a civil court case, but anyway, whatever they were wrong. They were ordered to pay fines, none of which has happened. From my point of view, I think that it would be better for somebody who is an ongoing perpetrator to have all rights to engage in a social media platform removed, period. Like when they are known users who are harming others on a repeated basis. Like I'm interested in your views, because we can try and protect our children, and we should, but as we've already acknowledged, this is a multi-pronged approach that is required. Are the measures that are currently in place for harassment and bullying and defamation, are they adequate? Do they actually stop? The point is they should constrain people and have them think again, as we spoke about before regarding the road. Are they adequate? Do they do their job? Anyone who might have a view on that?
We're all waiting for you, Kate.
It seems that way, doesn't it? I'll just put my mum hat on here. No, I don't think that there's enough being done. Or in our case, I don't think at the time when we needed services there was enough. I get this. It's been the heart and soul of what we've been trying to achieve. You know, engaging not only parents but communities and schools and governments to work together on a solution. And if it was found that someone was continually abusing the system, then I agree. Why are they not stopped? Why are they not? You know, why do they still have access? So, to your question, I agree with you. I don't think there is enough being done, or in the past being done, and yes, in your case, you know, why should that person have access again? And why should another family live through, you know, what you've lived through, what I've lived through, and so many other families.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in that view. And of course, we're not just talking about the perpetrators, we're talking about the media platforms that allow it to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms Webster. Questions from the Deputy Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the evidence this morning, it's quite clear both how serious these issues are and how seriously everyone takes these issues, but also how complex and multifaceted the potential policy solutions are. I mean, we all understand there aren't any simple silver bullets here. So for Dolly's Dream, I just want to flag or ask you about something that you noted in your letter to the committee attaching your submission. And that you noted, and I'll quote it here for the benefit of people who haven't read the submission. We are very disappointed that the Select Committee has provided such a short time frame for submissions and over Christmas that seems to offer no justice to the importance of the issue. We urge you to extend the consultation period and to ensure meaningful consultation is conducted with families, school communities in rural, regional and remote Australia. And then in your submission proper, you say that before the final report, the committee should make provision for substantial consultation process with children and young people to better understand the impact of social media on children and families. I appreciate your comments earlier that the Elena and Madeline Foundation has made a very substantive submission to this inquiry, and they made similar points both in their submission and in their appearance for this inquiry. Why do you think it's important that these issues are dealt with at length and with lengthy consultation with involved parties like parents and children?
Mr. Watts, I think no one would underestimate the importance of an inquiry into social media and online safety. I think, you know, looking at the submissions you have received, there are many organisations, individuals, communities that are concerned about the issue. We are very appreciative that the government has undertaken an inquiry, a select committee such as this, but inevitably, I don't think anyone would estimate the complexity even of we've raised in 50 minutes, and the challenge of the committee to try and get it done in a short time over Christmas and New Year was one that don't think many people would argue with that there may have been a better opportunity to engage much broader, wider, and longer. So that was the rationale for our statement there. We think also we have very talented people before you today, previously. We do represent voices, but we're not that voice. And to be able to engage with children and young people in particular, who are the ones most vulnerable, excuse me, we think is only, it should be part of a natural process in which to tackle these issues, and to be able to engage with children and young people in a meaningful way, we think would only add value, not only to this committee, but to any other committee dealing with issues that affect children and young people. We work specifically in the rural, regional and remote communities. Ms. Moller has addressed, a particular angle there, and represents, isolated children and parents. And we would have thought that to be able to talk to those people on the ground would only add value to the process.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm cognizant that we have a reporting date in a fortnight. So we are working very hard on this issue as we speak. But thank you for your evidence today. It's much appreciated, and for all the work you do beyond the boundaries of the committee.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say we certainly wish you well with that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I might pick up on, I'm cognizant of time, but I'd just like to pick up and perhaps invite even a further response on notice if you would like to provide it, or if you have further thoughts. I agree with the Deputy Chair. The issues raised and that we are considering are really serious, and the tail, the impact, that's a very long-term impact. The trauma impact is very long and very deep and very harmful, and the solutions and responses are quite complex. I absolutely endorse that comment. So with that reference in mind, I'd just like to go to Mr. Bendel, if that's okay. You made a comment earlier, which I found very interesting, around the right to remove harmful comments. And I guess what I'm thinking about, as I've been sort of thinking through this, is it comes with it other challenges, such as the balancing freedom of speech, what the definition of online harm is, might be, should be, definition of abuse, etc. How do you see resolving such a complex issue in reference to this very interesting notion of your words, the right to remove? Could you just provide some further insight into that? I was very struck by what you were saying, and I guess if I go further, knowing the long tail of trauma, knowing how sometimes it lasts because it remains up there, and then I think going back to something, I think it may have been Ms. Everett was talking about education, younger people, and even in the act of removal, you're educating someone that perhaps that was not okay, and hopefully changing their understanding as well. So it is a complex issue, and I guess just to ask you to provide any further insights that you would, or any observations. I found it a very interesting comment that you made.
Given time, Chair, could I request that we could respond to you with that? I'd like to think that my colleagues with the Ilana Malin Foundation, we've done a little bit of work around this, and I think we could get that to you pretty quickly.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll invite the same opportunity as well to our other witnesses on this panel. Can I thank each and every one of you for your time today, your thoughtful responses, your willingness to appear before the committee. These are not easy issues that we are tackling or talking about, and your willingness to give us your time and your perspectives is greatly appreciated. I'd like to let you know that, or request that for any additional information that you have been asked to provide, if you could please forward it through to the Secretary by the 7th of February 2022. And indicate to each of you that you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Again, I just thank you for your time, for your submissions, for your thoughtful advocacy. We really appreciate it. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you are doing in this really important space. The committee will suspend the public hearing, I should say, for a minute or two, just to allow our next witnesses to attend online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, and I welcome representatives of the Council of Catholic School Parents to give evidence today, and ask that for the Hansard record for you to each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. I'm not sure we're able to hear either of our witnesses.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. My name is Siobhan Allen, and I'm actually the Deputy Chair of Catholic School Parents Australia. I also work with a parent group in Western Australia. I believe that Council of Catholic School Parents are unable to attend this morning and will be speaking as part of their submission as well.
On their behalf. Thank you very, very much. Mr. O'Brien, if you could provide your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee for the benefit of Hansard. Mr. O'Brien,
Chair, it looks like he may not be able to hear us. The Secretariat will just try and contact him.
All right, thank you very much. And perhaps he can appear by teleconference, might help. What I will do in that case is we might just proceed directly to Ms. Allen and invite Ms. Allen to make a short opening statement. And then as we are able to make contact with Mr. O'Brien, we'll go back to that formality and then invite his initial opening remarks as well. Ms. Allen, would you like to make a brief opening statement or any initial remarks before we move to discussion from the committee?
Yes, certainly. I'd be happy to just make a couple of remarks. Firstly, we'd like to say the Catholic School Parents Australia fully support the passing of the Online Safety Act. Obviously, as a parent organisation, the safety of our children and young people is paramount to the work that we do, both in our workplace, obviously, and as parents. We support the ongoing work of the e-Safety Commissioner, and we note that it is a very reputable source that we can recommend to parents and to educators to seek information about the safety of young people. As you would imagine, there are a plethora of organisations working in the space, and whilst many others are reputable as well, it's very good to have one particular source that you can direct parents to. We think it's absolutely vital that adequate resources are provided. so that the eSafety Commissioner can continue the work in this space. I suppose one of the key comments that we would like to make is that where the resources that are available at the moment are really good, they're outstanding in some cases. I think some of the ongoing work needs to move back a little bit upstream, and we need to start at looking at why these things are happening in the first place and get to them earlier rather than be coming in with them, methods and mechanisms of how to address it, particularly around online bullying, cyber safety, and that type of thing. And the other comment I would like to make as well, I think another step would be to broadly advertise the availability of these resources and also of the conversation, because I think with parents, a lot of parents are fearful in this space because of their lack of knowledge themselves. And I think that the Act provides an opportunity for parents to have conversations with each other so that they can support each other in the space as well.
Thank you for that opening comment. I'll just quickly, and you've made some very powerful statements. I might just quickly see if Mr. O'Brien is able to hear us and if we can hear him.
Yes, good morning. My
Lovely.
apologies. I'm now online. I've heard Siobhan for about the last 2.5, 3 minutes. So
thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Earlier. Yeah.
That's okay. We're working with the benefits and otherwise of technology. And if I could just quickly ask you that for the Hansard record for you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Sure. My name's John O'Brien, as you say, and I'm the Exec Officer of Catholic School Parents Australia. And it was via that professional role that I'm here in this inquiry today. I don't know if Siobhan may have mentioned or not, but CSPA wasn't invited to make a submission originally. Two member bodies of CSPA actually did make a submission, and neither of those bodies were able to provide anybody for the hearing today. So that is how, in fact, Siobhan and I are here. Just putting a bit of context around that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I will just provide the formal statement that I usually provide before offering opening comments, and then invite you to make a further opening comment, Mr. O'Brien. I'm then going to ask a couple of questions and throw to other members of the committee. But just to advise our witnesses that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament, and the evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Mr. O'Brien, Ms. Allen made an opening statement before. Do you have any further brief remarks that you'd like to add before we move to discussion?
I'm unsure in total what Siobhan has shared. I presume, have you been through some of the more positive commentary, Siobhan, have you?
Yes, I think probably what you've heard is pretty much what I've shared, because I didn't speak for more than 3 minutes, I don't think.
Okay. Well, perhaps then if I were to just maybe share a little more around what we see as some of the ongoing challenges that are presenting. And I heard Siobhan was touching on it when I came on just before, but like the need to educate everybody around cyber safety, providers, families, and schools. It is a challenge, of course, but so often in relation to being able to access this information, much of it is put up on the internet, and for more obvious reasons. At the same time, if something is placed on the internet, it doesn't therefore mean to say that people will A, have access to it, or B, in fact, be able to interpret it. So being able to work with parents and carers, being able to work in with schools around becoming more educated in relation to cyber safety, would obviously be of major benefit. There are various programs in schools in relation to educating children. At the same time, if there was that greater working partnership between the parents and the schools and parents carers in the schools, one would believe that the ability to try to ensure better cyber safety with children, hopefully would be positively impacted. Another point that we would like to make is that we need to establish a culture where we are genuinely all in this together, by way of trying to establish that between, say, government and providers and schools and families, that we are all working together and somehow or other being able to achieve that and not deviating from it, so that in so doing, it sort of raises the importance of cyber safety, and also will hopefully impact children more, where they have an understanding. It's really obviously when some children pay the ultimate price because of this, it is totally devastating to some families. And as part of this act moving forward, it would be hoped that less and less people are going to be subjected to abuse online because of their naivety or because of their ignorance, and the degree to which parents can help to play a role around that, of course, is going to be dependent upon the degree to which they're knowledgeable and they are educated to be able to, intercept things if they detect that they're happening. In relation to that too, the ability of this act to be able to have providers, through these codes, which I understand are to be developed. The challenge is going to be, isn't it, to make providers be accountable around this. And I've heard stories recently about like popular children's games, can become infiltrated with people around cyber abuse. And so it's an ongoing challenge to try to stay on top of it. Another couple of quick points is, being able to access leading cybersecurity, wisdom and advice, it's obviously a key moving forward, and we understand that as part of the Act. And just one other thing, to what degree has student voice been involved with this inquiry to date? And is there an intention to, have student voice being heard? Because, they are the ones that have an insight where adults just do not, our perspectives are not the same as the children who are involved with this. So that'll probably be the key thing. And just one final matter is that CSPA has done a lot of work around parent carer and family engagement, increasing the implementation of partnerships between schools and families. And once again, we do see this as that, an opportunity, sorry, not so much an opportunity, but another instance where the better the partnership between home and school, the higher the likelihood of outcomes being positive from it. And the research around parent engagement, family engagement, is now like 50 years old in terms of the benefits that can be had by children at school if their family and the school are engaged in partnership around their learning and wellbeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. You've both provided us some very interesting perspectives and a lot of food for thought. I want to pick up on some comments that each of you have made, if you like, and just explore a particular theme. And by way of context for this, I'm picking up something that was spoken about last week when we heard from some of the platforms themselves, and an observation that was made during the discussion. Essentially, the guts of it was, if you are not moderating community standards, are you influencing them? I don't mean necessarily in a good way. So I guess I want to come back to something that you were saying before, Ms. Allen, about the resources being really good, but more work being needed upstream. And then you went to the why. Why is this happening in the first place? I'm really struck by that because I think it's a really important question that we are asking, and we heard from some earlier witnesses about making sure that what is done in that the standards are no different in the real world as they are in the online world. I then want to pick up on something that Mr. O'Brien was saying about the importance of education. As I was listening to both of you, I wrote down a question, and the question was very simple. What is abuse? What is online harm? Do we need to do more in the space of education to help people, young people, and even online users of all ages understand? It sounds really very fundamental, but it is a question. Do we need to do more to educate around understanding what abuse is, what online harm is, and what it looks like? Is that where do we need to almost go back to a fundamental there? Is that an area that's missing, do you think? Could we do more?
Yeah, I'll start on that one, if that's okay. I absolutely agree. I think it's paramount. It's about this sense of developing empathy with our children and young people. I think a lot of children are getting their first device as a result of school, requiring it for learning. And there's no doubt that it contributes significantly to ongoing learning. But this can happen. It's certainly here in WA, it tends to be around year 4 where there's a BYOD system put in place. And I think that parents are not really being consulted in advance about this, whether they feel that their kids are ready to have a device with online capacity. The schools are doing a great job of bringing parents in and saying that this is what we're going to do, this is how they're going to learn, it's all going to be great, and that's obviously very positive. I would like to see, though, where and this is obviously only one part of the equation, but where a school has decided to have a program where all children have to have a BYO device, that the year before that program is implemented, that's when the training and the knowledge building and capacity building for both parents and children should start, so that when they get the device, they're aware of some of this information, they're aware of what this device is going to enable them to do. Sadly, we do need to start talking about bullying and online harm and, yucky pictures and all these type of things at an earlier and earlier stage. But I think the more we ignore that, the more we're putting our kids at risk. So there will be some parents who will be absolutely vehemently against these discussions with their children. But the question is then, are we protecting the more vulnerable children in our society? And I think that's really where we need to be looking. I think, determining what abuse is and online harm is for younger children, I think that's a really important thing. And I think the whole empathy thing comes into that with young kids. And young kids are very able to understand the concept of empathy, much more so than we give them credit for. So I think that's really important to have an understanding of what that means from a very early age, or as early as you're going to allow your children onto devices. And I think key to it is, it's building these good habits around online behavior very early, because there is absolutely no point in coming to a year 9 or a year 10 and asking, to look at their settings and, whatever, because, the horse is bolted at that stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Dr. Webster?
Hello, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us today. We've talked about education. What I'm interested in is who is best placed to provide that education? Is it a school setting? Should it be parents? Should it be the actual media platforms? Should they be advertising how to keep your kids safe, or directly to the students when they're much younger? I'm thinking as soon as they hit school, probably even kinder.
Yeah.
You know, what are your thoughts on how education to children should take place?
I think it's all of the above. I think it's essential. I think we're all responsible for the safety of our children, both online and offline. And a lot of the, you know, the child safe frameworks that are in schools now around the physical safety of our children involve everybody in the community. They involve parents, they involve teachers, they involve, you know, even people who attend the school, they involve the community around the school. And I think it's the same with the online environment. I think it's exactly the same. I think we all have an amount of responsibility. I think the capacity of some over others is obviously significant, and that probably needs to be addressed. As I mentioned before, I think parents in particular can feel very fearful working in this space. So I think that's an opportunity for schools maybe to take the lead a little bit, because, you know, part of teaching education now is that they are, you know, very technically minded and that type of thing. So I think it's everybody working together.
With sorry, Mr. O'Brien.
No, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Ed. I was just going to add to that in my previous life, I worked in secondary schools, and I do remember that when people with expertise came into the school to speak with students, it was highly impacting. And in relation to the availability of resourcing online or educating online, having people with that expertise to share with children, as I say, it really makes them sit up and take notice, and it impacts them very positively. And it also, as well as awareness raising, so often it has the conversation being started among the students. And I do feel, in relation to a previous question, in relation to education, that I feel is what has to happen. You know, we do need to have the conversation happening between students, so they're each, you know, we can presume to think that it might be negative, but I do know from experience in the instance I'm sharing, that the amount of positive discussion that occurred from that was obviously very useful. Another thing too, if I could just make mention around education, is that I do know previously, like in Australia, we had things like the slip, slop, slap in relation to, you know, people being safe in the sun. I do wonder, given the enormity of the challenge around this, you know, what is the slip, slop, slap national undertaking in relation to cyber safety? And I was talking with Siobhan previously, and she was saying it'd be really good if children are online, or anybody's online, and there's an app there, like the, you know, with your grammar app and your spelling app, that something pops up and says, do you want to, you know what I mean? You know, it questions whether or not somebody is going to send that image, or you know, are there, if you like, cyber safety seatbelts that people have when they are online?
What you're talking about is the management of risk, ultimately, and the protections that can be put in place, whether in education or in a family environment or at a governmental level in terms of legislation, or, lo and behold, even the social media platforms themselves taking responsibility to ensure that there are safe practices. I really like your slip, slop, slap. I was raised, because I'm that old, in the era where we didn't even talk about, son, you just got burned. That was it. Consequently, I have various things taken off my body. But the point is that we're far more cautious now, and the management of risk in this environment, we're talking about cultural change as well. So the cultural change of being in the school environment or the home environment and slip, slop, slap, that's one thing. But now we're talking about this unbelievably private, in many respects, and yet not, environment called social media. So people can, as we know, hide as trolls and otherwise. Our legislation is assisting that situation, and hopefully we'll see a tremendous drop in it. But how we manage this environment moving forward, I think, is incredibly important. I also liked what you said, Mr. O'Brien, about having expertise coming into the school. I can still remember police coming in talking about behaviour and unsafe behaviour and what, you know, we could do about it as kids, where we shouldn't, you know, walk on our own at night or whatever it might be. That, I'm hearing from you, could be very beneficial when it comes to school or kinder or primary school level as well. Yeah, maybe we can have wiggles for social media. I don't know. But, you know, positive messages about keeping yourself safe. So it's not really a question, but I'm interested in your comments about that. The fact that we do have a different culture now, and it's almost crept up on us and has, you know, in many respects through COVID, taken over our worlds. And we just heard previously of people who've been in geographically isolated areas, rural kids who are at school. They've been at school of the year. It's been going for decades. You know, there's nothing new in that. But now we're in this new environment where there are greater risks. How do we manage that?
Well, I think it's like an extension of slip, slop, slap. It is about culture change, and that's really hard. We have a very good, I suppose, program that it's been very successful here called Alcohol Think Again. And it's about trying to get the message across to young people and their parents about the dangers of drinking alcohol before they're 18. So it's not about you're not never to drink alcohol. It's just don't drink it before you're 18, because the information that we have nowadays is that it can damage the young forming brain, and it's just not a good thing to be doing. And it's been a very successful campaign. And what it has done, which to me is its real success, it's enabled parents to talk to each other about, are you going to let your child have a drink when they're 16 or 17? And where before it was, oh yeah, look, I'd rather them have one at home while they're safe. But the evidence shows that that's actually not true. The evidence states that if you can keep them away from alcohol till they're 18, it's much better for them. So it enables parents to have those conversations and to feel comfortable in saying, I'm actually not going to allow my parent or my children to do that. And then other parents to kind of get on board as well. And I think it's quite similar in this space in social media. And I think those conversations, it almost needs to be divided into two spaces. One, the primary school space, where we really want to keep these predators away from our very young children. But then there's also the social media thing, which probably becomes more prevalent in upper primary, sadly now, but definitely in high school. And how do we set those parameters early? How do we set the habits early? I think going into secondary school is a really, really good opportunity as part of the transition programs that schools do, for schools and parents to work together around cyber safety and put really strong messages out there about expectations and direct them to sites like the eSafety Commissioner. But I think there's real merit as well in bringing in real people. I think, you know, potentially of the same age group as yourself, and you know, online wasn't a thing in my day. And even when my children started secondary school, I probably wasn't as au fait with it as they were. So to have somebody standing in front, provide anecdotal stories, and some of them were really scary, but that's what made us go home and think, right, we need to do something about controls. But you need to talk about that early, because if you leave it to too late, you know, you completely miss the boat. So it's about resetting the culture around social media. And I would agree that it needs to start from kinder. You know, you can start really simple messaging at that stage,
Yep.
and then you just add to it as it goes along.
Yeah.
And that enables you as well to kind of keep up a little bit, because parents go to these cyber safety presentations, and a month later everything's changed because there's 10 new apps
Yep.
available, and so it enables people to keep up.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah, so thank you. Just adding a quick thing there around culture. My understanding in developing a culture about anything is shared visioning. So, how do we reach out in relation to shared visioning in relation to cyber safety? And that point I mentioned earlier, from the Prime Minister right through, that notion we're all in this together. Wanting to establish the fact that everybody agrees with these givens around cyber safety, and having champions to deliver that, and what more a group than the Wiggles, for example, in terms of touching base with those age groups, and then having a whole host of other people who hopefully will be able to reach many to most families, and by families I mean parents, carers, children, obviously, extended families, grandparents, kin relations, etc. And also too those non-English speaking families or families, the increasing number of refugee families coming to Australia. There's a need to have this really all-inclusive information sharing in order to be able to build a shared vision, to be able to establish a culture that we would believe is going to deliver the outcomes that we hope for. At least there won't be people who, because of naivety, end up paying the ultimate price, for example, because of cyberbullying or sexting, etc.
Yeah, I really appreciate what you say, and showing my age one more time. I do recall being at school, I think it was about year 7, and my parents and having sex education. That old thing that families used to do where the parents and the kids would go and the experts would get up and have a chat. And, when you're talking about cultural change, I just wonder whether this would be deemed reasonable by your school parents to be invited to the school to have these experts come and talk about the anecdotes with the kids, with the parents. It's like, it's one thing to have kids being taught at school, and then you have this separation almost between the parents and the kids. And who knows, it might actually do something for family cohesion by having them all on the same page, having the same discussion and opening up that discussion about online safety for their families.
I think that makes a huge amount of sense. I think that everybody hearing the same message at the same time is very powerful, because that's what enables parents then to go home and have that conversation with their children, whether it's in the car on the way home or whatever. I think to date, it tends to be, the kids will hear the message during the day, and then the parents are brought in the evening, and then they're given the message. And quite often when the conversation starts between the parent and the child will say, oh, that's not what they told us.
Yeah.
So, you get that kind of disparity. So I think that that's a really, really good idea, to everybody here and staff members and whoever is part of the, the school community, hearing that message, that same message together, I think would be very powerful.
And that also follows as well with the work that we've been doing around parent engagement. Ultimately, wanting to have parents working in with school staff in relation to health and well-being of the children, young people, and also their learning. And a topic such as this, to be able to hear messages together or for some to hear it together and then for it to be videoed and put online for those who couldn't make it. I think that's a great idea to, to promote that sort of learning of families and of parents, carers, and children and young people together. To help emphasise the importance of this topic.
Thank you, Chair. I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. I think this is actually an important conversation. I'm going to make a comment. I know that the Deputy Chair has some questions. I might invite a very short response to the comment, but it struck me as a result of listening to this discussion this morning. Ms. Allen, you were talking about the need for cultural change, and then we've had a discussion around the importance of education for young people and then having that sort of parental involvement. I guess that the question that struck me as we were having that conversation is culture's not set by kids. It's picked up and learnt. The culture is already there. If this is a cultural problem, in other words, if we require cultural change, that means something needs to change, which means there's an issue we don't like that we want to do something about. And it struck me that if this is, and I have to say this is not the first conversation that's talked about the need for cultural change, but what's really struck me as part of this conversation is the importance of actually probably tackling this right at the fundamental roots. When you talked about, Ms. Allen, going back the work upstream, and then you talked about why, the fundamental question of why is this happening. And so part of me is thinking, well, is this education, awareness, definition, understanding, do we require that at a really fundamental level? In other words, mainstream education and awareness across all user groups of all ages. That's probably my key takeout from this conversation, just grappling with what that actually means. And it probably does highlight some of the other broader mainstream conversations that we have been having in the last sort of year or so in particular around women's safety, around abuse, and some of these other issues. Incredibly important, very insightful. I'd like to thank the two of you, and I'm conscious of the time, so I'll throw to the Deputy Chair, and then we just might indicate further questions on notice, if that's okay, unless there is a quick comment you'd like to make in response to, I guess, my observations there.
I think your observations are spot on.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, thank you for your contributions today. I've been listening closely to your emphasis on education and culture and as a preventative force here. In that context, can I ask whether you or anyone in your organisations have ever counselled parents to consider defamation action in response to online bullying or abuse? Are you aware of members of your organisation using defamation actions to deal with this problem?
Not officially, but I have certainly in my role as Executive Director of Catholic School Parents Western Australia suggested to parents from time to time that they remove comments that they've made online because they could potentially get themselves in trouble. We get contacted by schools or parents or whatever, mostly about the social media space. And we worked hard to put together some guidelines for school parent groups in particular to use around social media to A, ensure that they don't get themselves into trouble, but B, so that they become aware of, because parents in some cases can be as mindless as young people with the comments that they put on social media. And, the sad thing is if their kids are in that friendship group or whatever, they're seeing their parents behave like this online as well. So although not officially, I've certainly had conversations with people from time to time about having second thoughts about posting things.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. Being exposed to a potential legal risk from posting a defamatory matter online. Everyone's becoming, I think, increasingly aware of that risk on social media at the moment. But I suppose I was sort of asking the inverse of it. Is it if you're a child who's been exposed to bullying and online abuse, and you're trying to get a remedy for that situation, would you be advising parents that initiating court proceedings would be a sensible way of dealing with that, as opposed to something like going to the E-Safety Commissioner, going through that advocacy-based regulatory framework?
I think in the first instance, I would go through the E-Safety Commissioner route, because I think, particularly with younger children, if something is escalated into something really significant, I think it may stop them from going and asking for help another time, because I think they may feel, oh my goodness, if I say anything about this, it's going to end up on the Channel 7 news or whatever. I think that to take the advocacy route in the first instance is possibly the right way to go, with the option, if you can't get a result through that, then to, maybe identify that there are legal ways in which it could be addressed.
We've heard evidence recently from the National Mental Health Commission that an adversarial process like a court action might even be re-traumatising to young people. That like you're sort of sympathetic to that perspective.
Absolutely.
Could I just make a quick comment there too, please? In relation to the schools having avenues for children to register, abuse, cyber abuse is clearly one of them. So often, as a parent body, it's good to know that those systems in schools are working, whereby a child could make a disclosure, and then that disclosure would be followed up with the appropriate authority. As opposed to going to a third party, which is like say the E-Safety Commission from the get-go. It might be a more reachable thing for a child to be able to go to, for example, a trusted teacher. And I do think as a parent body, one of the things that we do support, as well as what Siobhan was sharing, but we also do support these processes that are in place in our Catholic schools for these matters to be followed up in a timely manner.
Yeah, it sounds like the important thing is that we are the remedies and the responses to online bullying and abuse in the context of children and young people are appropriately adapted to the needs of children and young people and the institutions and contexts that they live in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and to each of our witnesses. I really want to thank you for this important conversation, for the thoughtfulness of your responses and for your willingness to appear before the committee. It is short notice and it is during January, but we really appreciate the substance of your contributions and your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, or if you or if there are further questions unnoticed from the committee, we would ask that you would forward your responses through to the Secretary by the 7th of February 2022. And just to advise you that you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. The schedule has the committee now on a break for 15 minutes. I'm conscious we're running a little ways behind time, so what I will do is propose that we suspend until 11:55 a.m. This hearing is suspended until 11:55 a.m. Thank you very much. Hearing now. For broadcasting. This public hearing is now resumed. The public hearing into the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety via video and teleconference. And I now welcome representatives of Family Voice and Collective Shout to give evidence today. And I ask that for the Hansard record for you to each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Can I check who you're starting with?
Thank you. Perhaps we'll start with Family Voice.
Yes, hello, I'm Peter Stevens, Victoria State Director for Family Voice Australia.
Okay. Melinda Tankard-Rees, Movement Director for Collective Shout. I do have an opening statement, but you might be just doing the introductions first.
Yeah, we're just getting for the Hansard record names and organisation. Mrs. Swanson-Kennedy.
Lynn Swanson-Kennedy, Collective Shout. I'm the campaigner.
Thank you very much. We'll just start with some formalities first to advise you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And in commencing this discussion with the committee, I would invite you, if you would like to make a brief opening statement or observations, and then we'll proceed to discussion and conversation with the committee. And thank you very much for your time and attendance today. Perhaps we'll start with Ms. Tankard-Rees, given you indicated you'd like to make an opening submission, and then Mr. Stevens, if you have some further comments, that's okay too.
Melinda Tankard-Rees, Movement Director, Collective Shout. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this important and overdue inquiry. Our investigations demonstrate that social media platforms have not done enough to protect children from those who use these platforms to harm them. These mega corporations have facilitated and enabled predatory and grooming behaviours, sexualisation, fetishisation, eroticisation and sexual harassment directed at minors. Platforms most popular with young people have served as gateways to pornography. They are commercially mediating the abuse of children and have failed to be accountable or transparent about this. Enabling sexual discussions about children to take place on mainstream public platforms is slowly eroding a generally agreed upon social code that children should be sexually off limits. These global big tech empires must be required to demonstrate a zero tolerance stance on these abusive and harmful behaviours. Providers must ensure their services are not creating safe havens for child predators and are not serving to normalise the idea that children should be available for men's sexual enjoyment. Instagram has become a platform for predators to access children, pornography companies to promote and link to hardcore porn sites, and for hosting offers of paid sexual content featuring children. We at Collective Shout have tracked the activities of online predators on popular social media sites. We have reported thousands of accounts for preying on underage prepubescent girls, attempting to engage with them privately, describing sex abuse acts they wish to carry out on these girls, and soliciting, selling and trading in child sexual exploitation material. We have also documented the tracking, tagging and sharing of the content of hundreds of underage girls to pedophile forums operating on the open web. And we note that there was a 600% increase in predator activity during COVID-related lockdowns. My colleague with me today, Lynn Swanson-Kennedy, has personally reported thousands of accounts and would be pleased to provide you with more information today. We are also alarmed by Facebook's plans for end-to-end encryption, which would allow predators to find one another and conspire more easily online beyond the reach of the law. A platform which combines inaccessible messaging services with open profiles, providing unique routes for prospective offenders to identify and groom children, is an obvious risk to child safety. It is estimated that 70% of cases relating to Facebook-hosted content will no longer be reported to the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children because users' conversations will be inaccessible to authorities. We are part of a global coalition working to block this proposed move. These social media companies have been allowed to act like rogue states for too long. They have failed to regulate themselves in the interests of consumers, especially young people. There is a pressing need for independent regulation beyond profit-driven vested interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments or opening statements, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I have an opening statement, so I'd appreciate if I could read that for you as well. Thank you, Madam Host. Yeah, especially nice to see you today, Lynn. I've met Anne before. Nice to see Anne too, but I don't think we've met, so hello, Lynn. Unlike the legendary Melinda Tankard-Reist and others, I only became involved in the campaign to clean up the internet after I was approached by a university student after a talk about family issues 9 years ago. She said her sister's husband had become addicted to internet pornography and it had wrecked her sister's marriage to the point that she had left him. The uni student said, "What can we do?" Since then, I've spoken to many people about the issue and many members of Parliament as well. Almost every man I've spoken to personally over the years, which would be hundreds, with almost zero exceptions, has had or still has what they themselves would call a problem with online pornography. This has included business leaders, members of Parliament, tradespeople, church leaders, university students, farmers, and professional people, in fact, men from almost every walk of life. If it was my values or morals only, I could perhaps minimise or excuse the problem. But in almost every case, each and every man regrets his involvement with porn, sees it as wrong and very damaging for himself and or his family. He wishes he could escape, but he can't. I have many friends, workmates, fathers and husbands whose marriages have failed because of it, whose children have been devastated by the split. I know men who've been unable to work because, against their strongest sensibilities, their addiction forces them to watch porn for 4, 5, 6 or more hours per day. But of course, my greatest fear is for children themselves. 2/3 of children 3 to 17 own a smartphone and use it up to 22 hours a week. Does your child or grandchild have a smartphone, or do they often access the internet on other devices? 5-year-old children searching the word porn on their browsers immediately access explicit, hardcore, gonzo pornography, showing close-up sexual intercourse. A recent search by Family Voice, that's me actually, showed the top site offered a choice of 16 free videos, all with explicit sex, some portraying incest or sex with students, and links to a wider selection of porn. No restrictions, no payment, videos already playing. Lots of children are getting traumatised and porn is their teacher. A 7-year-old student sexually abused classmates in the playground, and a 4-year-old boy was so sexualised he had to be chaperoned at all times. Experts say millions of Australian kids are seeing violent sex before they've had their first kiss. One contribution I think I've made to this debate is to search the word porn in my browser. An easy word for 5-year-old kids to spell, and an exciting subject for 5-year-old kids to explore. Then I talk about the immediate results of that search. This relates, I believe, to terms of reference A, the range of online harms that may be faced by Australians on other online platforms, including harmful content. So I won't go on any further, but I did do another search this morning. So I'm very happy to talk about that if anybody's interested in hearing a bit more about what's actually happening on the internet today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I noted a comment you made that was made in the early, and again, I think I've paraphrased it, Ms. Tankard-Reist, about big tech failing to regulate, or I don't think you used the word big tech, but they were my notes about platforms not regulating, or perhaps I could rephrase, not regulating sufficiently or just not regulating, but this whole area. What role do you believe, sorry, that's just got some echo. What requirements would you recommend should be imposed or made of platforms? And secondly, what role do you believe should be the role of the government in terms of addressing online safety and particularly online harm?
Yes, thank you for your question. If I could refer committee members to our summary of recommendations in our submission on page 5, recommendations 2.4.1. The fact is that the big tech corporations have operated outside regulation. Well, they've allegedly self-regulated, but we've documented extensively in our submissions to federal inquiries over a number of years now, the failure of self-regulation, the lack of accountability, the lack of transparency. And if you look there specifically at our dot points, we've called for the transparency of Facebook, now called Meta, of course. We have asked them, we've called on them to not go ahead with end-to-end encryption, and we're thankful that the federal government is supporting this global call to stop end-to-end encryption. We've called on Instagram to abandon its plans for a children's version, which would be even more of a disaster of what we've got than what we've got now, and multiple other recommendations there. The fact is that these big tech corporations have put profits before the well-being of the community, and all of the pressure and responsibility ends up on civil society. For example, myself and my colleague here, Lynn Swanson-Kennedy, who has reported thousands of accounts, and I will defer to Lynn shortly to share with you what she has found. But the evidence is solid that they have not done enough. They've done some tinkering around the edges to try to appease state parties, which have called on them to do more, especially to protect vulnerable children. But the fact is that we are still finding thousands of predators, thousands of would-be groomers. We're still finding child sexual exploitation material. And so governments, really, if governments care about the well-being of vulnerable young people especially, then they really have no choice but to bring what I've called in my opening statement, these essentially rogue states into line. We've seen the evidence of the whistleblower Frances Haugen. What better evidence than what she has provided that Facebook has not done enough to protect the most vulnerable. And could I hand over to Lynn now to describe what she has found? I think it would be useful for the purposes of your inquiry. Because we've also noted that Instagram hasn't received that much attention. We've been very glad to see that Twitter was exposed by Michael Salter and for trading in child sexual exploitation material, but we would love to get some evidence about Instagram on the public record. If we could hand over to Lynn.
You're happy for me to begin?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to appear today to present evidence. I've been documenting for coming up to 3 years now predatory activity which occurs on Instagram. As Melinda mentioned, along with our global partners, we've led a joint campaign on Instagram and now its parent company Meta to address its serious child predator problems. Over the past couple of years, we have welcomed new measures which attempt to address some of the problems, specifically to improve safety for teens on the platform. However, we continue to document the exploitation of children on the platform. And if the committee would refer please to our submission appendix, where we included a minute sample of recent evidence documented on Instagram, portraying the serious risks that underage and prepubescent preteen girls are at as a result of the platform and its various products, which essentially connect them directly to predators. In summary, our investigations have uncovered, and I do acknowledge the sensitivity, the sensitive nature of some of what I'm about to list off. We've uncovered live posts in which men have performed sex acts to children, to a child audience across the globe, commanding preteen girls to dance for them, to get naked, send nudes, comments about their bodies and body parts, men commenting on girls' personal pages with rape, torture, and other sexual abuse comments. What we call parasite pages, so-called fan accounts or shout-out accounts, reposting images of little girls in bikinis alongside pornographic-style images of adults. Girls' Instagram content and personal information, names, birth dates, places that they live, reshared to pedophile forums on the open web. Some were toddlers. Deep fakes. We have evidence that girls, so-called Instagram models, preteen models, are having their Instagram content scraped to turn into child exploitation material for publication on porn sites. Deep fake child exploitation material featuring a 13-year-old Instagram model shared to Twitter. Men discussing whether a 9-year-old Australian girl made popular and famous by Instagram will ever be available in the...
Yeah, Ms. Swanson Kennedy, I might just that I think the point has been that the point you are raising has been made. I might just request that what we do, particularly with reference to time, and also just mindful of the sensitivities and other considerations, that we keep our discussion high level and more general in terms of themes. What I might do is I'm happy to have a conversation with you, or potentially look at taking some further information for the committee's consideration. We might have a conversation after this hearing. If I could just ask a question, Ms. Tankard-Reist, you indicated around some of the platforms. The question that I had was around what role the government should play in terms of minimising harms, such as trolling, online harassment, harmful content, and we've heard some evidence of potential examples of harmful content. In addition to what the government is already doing, are there further areas that you would like to see addressed to improve online safety?
Yes, certainly. If you refer to a previous submission that we made on basic online safety expectations, the core expectations that have been set out in the Online Safety Act, we listed some additional expectations there. And one of them is that the eSafety Commissioner is using the language of necessary steps that big tech companies should take. And we recommended that necessary steps should actually be reworded to reasonable reasonable steps should be reworded to necessary steps, because we didn't think, we felt the necessary helped to convey some of the gravity of the issue. We believe that also, and we've supported this, of course, the government's moves to try to implement a proof of age protection system known as age verification to try to limit exposure of pornographic content to children. And while we do support the government directing the eSafety Commissioner to come up with a roadmap, the time frame is quite long. The eSafety Commission has been consulting with stakeholders, but the report won't be out until the end of this year. So the roadmap is some way off, and of course every day more children are being exposed to rape porn, torture porn, incest porn, sadism, and other violent, dehumanizing, degrading acts primarily directed at women. So if there was any way of speeding up that process, it would be welcomed by every parent, guardian, and caregiver in the country. We appreciate the initiatives being taken by the Australian government through the Five Eyes Security Alliance to pressure Meta not to go ahead with encryption. So we've been urging the government to continue to make that a strong stance. So yeah, they'd be some of the recommendations, but there are more in that previous submission as well as the current submission. Another recommendation that we would like considered is to do with the takedown of accounts, to do with deep fake imagery. We believe that those images need to be down in 2 hours. The time frame of 24 hours is too long. We've spoken to women whose images have been turned into a deep fake porn. In fact, it's happened to colleagues in our own team, in our own Collective Shark campaign strategy team. And the damage is done. 24 hours takedown is too long. And we note that the US is looking into a 2-hour takedown. We would really like the Australian government to reconsider and to put in a 2-hour takedown limit instead of the 24-hour. Another recommendation we've made is that we've noticed there's been a big emphasis on online trolling and abuse as defamation, but that's only one part. My team and I have all been subjected to trolling and rape threats, death threats. We've had to call police, and this is part of the nature, unfortunately, of our work. And the fact is that it's not always damage to reputation. It's abuse, it's harm, it's threats. You know, it's being concerned for your family and your children. And we've never actually got real assistance, helpful assistance from police. Before, when we were trying, some of these accounts were hosted offshore, and the Australian authorities didn't have any power to get the ISP details of those abusive parties. So yeah, we feel like the discussion has turned into defamation, and of course, not all women have access to paid lawyers and can go through the process of laying charges for defamation. It's so much broader than that, and so we'd like that conversation to be broadened beyond reputational damage. Not all of us have had our reputations damaged, although there's been attempts to do that, but the harm has occurred in broader ways.
Thank you. And just with reference to some of the experiences that you outlined with trolling and abusive demeaning comments or threats made towards yourself or others that you know, I'm sure you're aware of the Online Safety Act being expanded to now encompass an adult-specific cyber bullying report scheme. I know it's early days, just commenced, but do you just your observations around whether you think this is going to provide, how you think that may help address some of the experiences that you've outlined, perhaps not some of the more serious potential incidents that have that were earlier referred to, but some of the experiences you've outlined, how you think this may help in terms of preventing future instances of online harassment?
I think it remains to be seen. To be honest, it's a good step. We welcome it.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time. I might invite questions from Dr. Webster and then the Deputy Chair.
Can I just touch on one quick thing very quickly that relates to your question? And I'd hate to be overlooked. We noticed in the transcripts that the committee had expressed interest in evidence for deep fake production of child images, and we have evidence for that. If that would be, Lynn has evidence of that happening because that wasn't able to be addressed by a prior witness, but we actually have the evidence of that being done, or we can provide it in writing if you would prefer, given time.
I appreciate the offer. I think I've indicated we might have a conversation at some stage after this public hearing, and the committee can then, by deliberation, request any further evidence that it may wish or may request. I might throw to Dr. Webster and then to the Deputy Chair.
Hello, and hello, Melinda. How are you going?
I'm good, and thank you.
Good to see you.
Yes, you
and
too.
good to meet you also. It's such a huge subject. I guess what you have raised is that really big tech should not be allowed to manage themselves, that legislation is fundamentally critically important to hold them to account as publishers. And, you know, we've talked this morning about the reality that the issues that we are addressing here impact every sector of society. It impacts our law system. It impacts schools, education, parents, communicating with kids. How do we keep people safe? We are in a risk-averse environment, and so we should be in this space. But what mechanisms at all levels need to be addressed? Now, you've talked about legislation that needs to be applied. I understand that. Are there other sectors that more work could be done? I know, for example, Melinda, you go into schools and you talk to kids, but what else needs to be done? What are practical measures that can be put in place? What are the key issues? Acknowledging your recommendations.
Yeah, well, it needs a whole of community approach. It's too big for just one sector. It's too big for parents on their own. It's not a fair fight. You know, parents are lined up against a multi-billion-dollar global industry, which is preying on their children. They need to, you know, groom the next generation of porn consumers. So we've called for, obviously, parents need to be resourced, and certainly the eSafety Commission provides excellent parent resources. We also help resource teachers, schools, because they're struggling with what they're seeing even in their own, in the schoolyard. Child-on-child sexual abuse has increased at rates never before witnessed in our communities. But we need our regulatory bodies and our governments to really step up to the plate, because civil society, parents, guardians, caregivers just cannot deal with this on our own. And that's why we need regulation. That's why we need proof of age protections. You know, we need that not to be derailed by vested interests, as has happened elsewhere. So there's some of the things. You know, we really can't do enough. This is a public health crisis. We're seeing the outcomes of that. I've been researching this for over a decade, and what is happening is getting worse. You know, every day the stories that I'm hearing, what experts are reporting, the mental health impacts, the warping of developing sexual templates. You know, children are just not meant to see this content. We're seeing a rise in sexual aggression in adolescent boys, which is being documented globally. So, you know, everything that we can do, we need to do, and put the welfare of young people beyond the profit-driven vested interests of these global companies that don't want any regulation. They've operated as the Wild West since they started, so that the time has come.
One of my constant go-to thoughts is that there are certain behaviours in society that we don't tolerate, and we've arrived on this planet called social media, and suddenly the rules are lagging the behaviours and what is actually possible from a technology point of view, whether it's the number of people you can contact, how you can contact them, how you can hide your own identity. There are issues that make our social behaviours more complicated and more complicated for government to manage. But I think one of the things that we can take heart with is that the media bargaining code that has been implemented has called successfully, from Australia, small country though we are, it has called social media platforms and big tech to account with regard to news and remuneration for regional publishers. That is a very, very excellent precedent for the kind of change that we're wanting to see in this space as well. I agree with you that the takedown of offensive material, whatever the offensive nature might be, is far too slow. I've had these conversations with Facebook myself, having gone through my own experiences, and it is tortuous trying to find how do you do that? How does a mum who becomes aware that her daughter is suddenly online or being bullied online, even that, how does she manage to have Facebook do the right thing, have Instagram, have Twitter, whatever it might be? It's extremely concerning, and that's why we're doing this inquiry. We want to see change.
Great.
I don't really have a specific question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. Dr. Webster, thank you. Questions from the Deputy Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder whether I might just follow up on a few of the points made in the evidence discussion. So in a context where you have, as you describe, a mother who's discovered a daughter being either subject to online bullying or online abuse of some kind, the ability to initiate defamation proceedings is not going to be of any use in that context, is it?
Of course not. No.
No.
It's not the right mechanism. It's not the right mechanism.
And why is that? Why is it not the right mechanism?
Well, if a child is being bullied and abused online, going through a defamation proceeding is an inordinate task. You need a significant amount of resources to go through that, and you're not guaranteed of a victory anyway. Why is it all on the parents? Why is it all on the families to deal with this? These companies are publishers. They are hosts. They are facilitating and enabling the trolling and the abuse and the bullying, which contributes to physical harm, psychological, emotional harm, especially to vulnerable young people, but also to many women. We've all experienced it. And so it's just not the right mechanism. These companies need to be dealing with this at the source. It's too late by then. The damage is being done already.
Yeah. So my understanding, you're right, that you'd view defamation as a remedy to online bullying and abuse, particularly of young people and children, as putting the burden on the victims to incur cost, to incur stress, to incur potential re-traumatisation in an adversarial judicial process, rather than having a regulatory regime that puts an obligation on the platforms themselves to build a safe platform for young people and children.
Yes, that's where the priority should lie.
So we shouldn't be putting the burden on victims here. It should the obligation and should be on the platforms to resolve this.
Absolutely. There's a lot of trauma, and it's very hard when you're traumatized to think, oh, I'll just call my local defamation lawyer and launch court proceedings. It's way too late by then. These companies are responsible for hosting this violence and abuse and sexual harassment and trolling and deep fake. There's deep fake apps that operate that haven't been pulled, that help you create deep fakes of women and children. That's a campaign we've been involved in as well. Who's bringing them into line? They're advertised openly on Twitter right now. How to create deep fake porn of a woman that you'd like to create and make into a pornified figure for your sexual pleasure. There's no laws stopping that right now.
And you've done a lot of work in the advocacy front, identifying potential abusers, identifying people engaging in this kind of behaviour online, of online bullying, of child abuse and exploitation. We've heard evidence from some other witnesses that defamation proceedings can sometimes be used by perpetrators of online abuse and bullying to silence their victims or to attempt to exert control in some other way over their victims. Is that something that you've encountered yourself? Are you aware of this phenomenon?
I haven't personally encountered that, but certainly we know that perpetrators will use every means possible to threaten their victims, and the victims are already harmed and already suffering. So it would be an obvious thing for the perpetrator to say, well, I'm going to, sue you for defamation. I'm going to counter sue you. Lynn, have you had any experience of that?
No, I have, but I was reflecting on some evidence that we have heard from our campaign partners in the US. They are called Courtney's House, and they are a victims of child sex trafficking support and advocacy group. And they've repeatedly highlighted to Meta that they cannot put the burden of reporting exploitation material and abuse that is occurring on the platform. They cannot put the onus of reporting on the children themselves. So I would say 100% we support those calls to hold the platforms themselves responsible for improving that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and to our witnesses, we thank you for your time and for the willingness to appear before this committee at such short notice. Thank you for being available to respond to the questions of the committee and for your willingness to participate in discussion. I will indicate that for any additional information, if you are asked to provide that, if you could please forward it through to the Secretariat by the 7th of February 2022, and to indicate that you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Again, I thank you for your time here today and also for your responses. This hearing is now suspended until 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Could I just say thank you to you all for the great work that you're doing as well? Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We appreciate that and very, very much. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Webster, I saw this. Did you want to indicate something? No?
Just goodbye.
Oh, good. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The committee will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
And I now declare the public hearing of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety resumed. This public hearing is being conducted via video and teleconference. And I now welcome I now welcome representatives of the Butterfly Foundation and Eating Disorders Families Australia to give evidence today, and ask that for the Hansard record for you to each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
So I'm Sarah Squire, Dr. Sarah Squire from the Butterfly Foundation, and my role is Manager of Knowledge Research and Policy.
And I'm Alex Cowan. I am the Communications Manager at the Butterfly Foundation.
And I'm David Quilty, and I'm a Director at Eating Disorders Families.
Thank you very much. Just some formalities before we commence. To advise you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. It's our usual practice to invite our witnesses and representatives to make a brief opening statement, and then the committee and committee representatives will ask questions of you. We hope that this will be, and I'm sure it will be, a very fruitful discussion process by way of a panel conversation. I'd just like to note in inviting the opening comments that Mr. Quilty and myself have known each other for a very long time, as has Mr. Watts known Mr. Quilty as well, and I'd like to thank you personally for your friendship and also for your expertise in a variety of different areas. And so just in acknowledging and disclosing that, but also welcoming you as well personally, it's lovely to see you again. I would just like to also encourage you, if you do have anything that you'd like to provide by way of context in relation to the experience, direct experiences, that can be difficult, so we would understand that completely. But one of the things that we really do believe is that as much as this committee is looking at regulation and legislation around this, at the heart of it, the reason for it is people and people's experiences, and making sure that experiences that have happened in the past or in the present are hopefully not those experiences in the future. So with those opening comments, in mind, I would just invite any conversation or initial opening statements that you may like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Both David and I do both have opening statements. David, did you want to go first and then I'll come after you? Or
You go first, Sarah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so firstly, good afternoon, committee members, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today and provide just a few brief words. It's lovely to be here with David as well. We work a lot with EDFA here at Butterfly. So as we said, I'm here with my colleague Alex Cowan, and Alex is our communications manager, and we both speak today from the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. So just to provide a little bit of information that's additional to our submission, I'll then just follow up with a short summary of where we think positive steps can be taken in this area in terms of social media and its impact on body image and eating disorders. So to start with, I just want to set a scene for you. Body dissatisfaction starts young, often in response to appearance-based teasing during the primary school years, long before any children get near social media. Weight stigma starts developing early in childhood, with children as young as 3 years old attributing negative qualities such as lazy or mean to images of children in larger bodies, and attributing positive qualities such as nice and clever to children in thinner bodies. By age 5, 90% of boys and 92% of girls have indicated a preference for not inviting children in a larger body to birthday parties. So while not all eating disorders involve body image issues, negative body image is one of the highest risk factors for engaging in unhealthy dieting and eating behaviours. COVID-19 has had a dramatic effect on the body image of children and young people. we are currently experiencing our highest demand for our school-based prevention programs, with a 148% increase in demand for our workshops and trainings from schools since the start of the pandemic. And in the last 5 years, Butterfly has seen a 275% increase in contacts to our national helpline. Cases are now more complex, waitlists for services are longer, and more people are turning to disordered eating patterns as coping mechanisms. So it's this context that children and young people are in which they seek out information and support via social media. So Butterfly uses social media platforms to educate, to reduce stigma, to encourage help seeking and help people navigate the complex array of visual content related to bodies and eatings in online environments. So with that in mind, we essentially have 4 recommendations for where we think governments could invest. The first is in supporting evidence-based approaches to identify problems. Too often, assumptions are made about the nature of harms of social media. For example, Norway recently mandated that a disclaimer be used in online advertising images to highlight if they'd been photoshopped or edited to alter a person's size or shape. However, researchers found no evidence that disclaimer labels improve body satisfaction or stop negative social comparison online. Negative body image arises in response to a range of factors, including personality traits, psychological risk factors, subscription to narrow ideals of masculinity and femininity, parental attitudes and behaviours, and the behaviour of peers, such as appearance-related bullying or teasing. And while increased regulation will certainly change the behaviour of social media companies, in our view, it is not a silver bullet. Second, working collaboratively with social media companies can produce good outcomes for their users. We can share examples today of where we have worked with social media companies to improve safety. We recommend greater collaboration between government, the eSafety Office, NGOs, researchers, clinicians, young people in particular, and social media platforms to create new ways to disrupt the patterns that we know can cause harm. Specifically, we want moderators to know what to look out for in terms of harmful content and more transparency around how material is deemed harmful. And we want to see users given practical tools to create a positive, authentic social media experience. There are millions, literally millions of videos uploaded to social media every day. And until there are enough moderators or artificial intelligence to pick up on harmful material, we must equip people better, including children and children under the age of 13 and their caregivers. Third, we recommend the establishment of a national body image inquiry. It has been several years since the federal government has invested in body image, and much has changed since 2009 when a voluntary industry code of conduct on body image was developed. And finally, we recommend investment in prevention programs. The current government has invested much needed funds into the treatment of eating disorders, including improved access through Medicare item numbers and the establishment of residential care facilities around the country, and most recently a National Eating Disorder Research Centre. However, as noted by the Productivity Commission in their recent mental health inquiry, eating disorder prevention efforts remain ad hoc. Investing in large-scale prevention and early intervention efforts would help children, support children and young people to develop the knowledge and the skills that they need to navigate the ever-changing world of social media and to maintain positive body image as they enter adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there's further statements.
Yes, hi, David Quilty, Chair. Thank you for your kind words earlier, and thank you to the other committee members. I particularly want to pay tribute to Ms Hammond for being such a positive lived experience role model for people with eating disorders. It is much appreciated. My name's David Quilty from Eating Disorders Families Australia. We're a national volunteer organisation that supports and advocates for families and carers of loved ones with eating disorders. And we appreciate the opportunity to input to this important inquiry. There's a raft of research that shows that the link between eating disorders and social media usage is real and direct. It can also be tragically life-threatening, as many with lived experience will attest. To apply the scientific maxim, genetics may load the gun, but social media, sadly, can pull the trigger. The average age when young girls and boys begin to exhibit the characteristics of eating disorders closely aligns with the age when their social media usage increases significantly. Social media is the perfect petri dish for the proliferation of eating disorders. It's highly visual, it's focused on the attainment of unrealistic physical perfection, it's comparative and competitive, with young, impressionable users with few brain filters. Celebrities and body influencers, often sponsored by large corporates, and unregulated algorithms that drive reinforcing content to unsuspecting users. Inspo, Pitspo, Floanna, Flowmia, TikTok blow-up, InIdeal, calorie counting apps, clean eating diets, Postune, What I Eat in a Day. Welcome to the murky and dangerous online world inhabited by our young ones who have or are at risk of eating disorders. Urgent action is needed. Social media and search engine providers must be required to clean up this harmful content and stop using their algorithms to push it to users. They must invest more heavily in positive body image content, be more responsive to complaints, and consider clean feeds for young users. Online safety programs in schools and for parents and clinicians must focus on combating the risks of unhealthy body images, with funding for specialised online media literacy intervention programs that use people who have lived experience. And most importantly, when it comes to body image, we must be honest and acknowledge that social media is a mere reflection of our wider society. This is a moral and a public health issue. As the Butterfly Foundation has indicated, a national responsible body image strategy and action plan with a combination of incentives and strong deterrence is required. Thank you again. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much to both of you. I'm going to throw first to Ms Hammond, and then I might ask a couple of questions then to the Deputy Chair. Ms Hammond?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Quilty, Dr Swire and Ms Cohen for coming in today and for the submissions that you made to this hearing and to your recommendations. As somebody who did suffer from an eating disorder, but did so at a time well before social media, it's safe to say that social media, and I think you've both alluded to this, social media is not the cause of eating disorders. You've both effectively said that, haven't you? To the extent then, I mean, if we look historically, and perhaps this is work that the Butterfly Foundation may have done, has there been an increase in prevalence in time between, I don't know, 90s, early 2000s to today of eating disorders in Australia or worldwide?
I could probably take that one. It's really difficult to know what the prevalence is. The ABS does not collect data on prevalence. While it's fantastic, there's a new health and wellbeing survey in the field, it's not going to give us what we need in terms of knowing what the rates are across Australia. As far as we know, the last report into prevalence was released by Butterfly in 2012, and that report used 4 different other surveys to come up with an estimate for Australia. And that's really the only work that's been done. So that work did sort of extrapolate into forward years what the rates would be. But of course, we've had COVID since then and a lot of changes in the online environment. So it is difficult to say. However, we recently surveyed just over 3,000 people nationwide with a nationally representative survey. We found it's almost 1 in 5 people either has a diagnosed eating disorder or disordered eating symptoms. So it's always hard with these things too to know with reporting how much is being reported and how much isn't being reported. But we do stick to our figure. It is around 1 million people in Australia in a given year and around a 9% lifetime prevalence rate. Certainly, our helpline, as I said in my opening statement, massive increase in calls for support, including from families and carers, particularly during lockdowns when people were at home with their loved ones, with young people, and they were seeing behaviours for the first time, and they were contacting Butterfly to talk about what to do. And we do know that eating disorder thoughts and behaviours have increased during that time, but perhaps David could speak to some of the experiences in more depth.
Yeah, because Mr. Quilty, you've been involved in this area and passionate about this issue for some time, haven't you?
Yes, I joined EDFA about 3 years ago as a parent with a daughter who has eating an anorexia, and all of us at EDFA are family members or carers with our own personal lived experience, and certainly the demand for our services has increased very significantly over the COVID period. Our membership's certainly more than doubled, and our carer support groups, there's been a very big increase in demand, as the Butterfly Foundation is finding. So there's no doubt that there's significant increases in the prevalence of eating disorders, and we all greatly appreciate the increased focus by government and others, but there's no doubt there continues to be gaps in the system and that more needs to be done, which is obviously a wider conversation.
Yeah, but...
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, am I able to just speak to my own lived experience of disordered eating in relation to your question? So I am in a unique position where I have experienced disordered eating in my life, and I'm very lucky to bring that to the table in my role at Butterfly. And when I first experienced disordered eating as a teenager, I did not have social media. I did not grow up with social media. However, in my late 20s, I relapsed with disordered eating. And I must say that having social media during that period certainly reinforced a stereotype or a thin ideal that I was trying to obtain through my thoughts and behaviours within my disordered eating.
Yeah, because and again, this is a personal view, that ability, because it is a form of, well, speaking personally, obsessive or a behaviour, and you become fixated on it, and social media becomes a very easy avenue to, as I say, keep on going down the rabbit hole until you're so far down the rabbit hole you wouldn't know if you can't see the light at the top of it. So was that your experience?
Look, absolutely. I think in some ways it can provide a very negative feedback loop for people that are vulnerable. However, in saying that, if we do give young people the skills and the critical thinking skills, I should say, to understand that what they are seeing on social media is a distortion of reality, then they are going to be much better equipped and have the resilience to deal with these things if they are in a vulnerable state.
Yeah. And is that some of the work that Butterfly Australia does?
Yes, absolutely. So we've actually had really early success with working with social media organisations such as TikTok and Instagram. With Instagram, we've been in a partnership for over 3 years now. We've delivered 3 campaigns to date. We're actually launching one next Wednesday, which is called Body Kind Online, which actually uses 5 of Australia's top influencers to essentially communicate to young people how to be kind to their bodies and to other people's bodies online. And it's through breaking that negative feedback loop on social media with campaigns like Body Kind Online, we can really start to equip young people with the tools they need to navigate eating disorder or negative body image content online.
Great. Okay. Just on that, so there were a couple of comments made in your opening submissions which I found really useful. So disordered eating as a coping mechanism. I think you said that, Dr. Squires. So can you just flesh that out a bit?
Sure. I guess particularly for people who've had an eating disorder in the past, the pandemic in particular, I guess some of the conditions of the pandemic, when you look at the sort of the food hoarding and the things that were going on at the start of the pandemic, people in their homes, socially isolated. So people weren't necessarily accessing their regular support networks. So when people are under stress, it's the same for any other mental health condition really, they are likely to fall back into old patterns of coping. So eating disorders, as you would know, I'm sure, are really complex psychological, sociocultural, biological sets of disorders, or a range of factors there. So for example, if someone had a genetic predisposition, for example, and then they're in a certain sociocultural context, or something happens in the family environment but that's very stressful, that's where people can fall back into those patterns. So they may not fall into what we'd consider a full-blown eating disorder, but it might be eating disorder behaviours, thoughts and feelings, and they can be really distressing for the person concerned. And that's a lot of the cohort who were calling our helpline, was calling to get that support, and that broader context too of just services being overwhelmed, you know, long wait lists, that sort of thing. So, and in that environment, it's quite interesting. A lot of people come to our social media channels for support. And I guess that's one of the positive things that we'd like to highlight around social media platforms, is that our team, Alex's team, do an amazing amount of work with community members who really seek out communities of support on social media. So as much as there can be harm, I think the E-Safety Commissioner was right in her submission, where she talks about the possibilities of social media in terms of supporting peer support, supporting people to find that community, supporting access to help seeking. So particularly during a pandemic, everyone was online, and yeah, we deal with, how many people do we deal with, Alex? A lot of people every year. We have many hundreds of thousands of followers. So we really try to use those platforms for good. And of course, through our helpline, we have a phone line, we have email, and we have web chat. And web chat usage just went through the roof during the pandemic, and it was mostly young people, and particularly young women, using that mechanism. So it's really important, I think, to look at online spaces as a whole, including things like web chat and forums and things like that, for, you know, the resilience building that they can deliver, and the skills that they can deliver as well.
Yeah, and I think that that's a recurring theme from a lot, that we all acknowledge that social media can do good, but it's the harm. And I guess our question is, to what extent will social media companies step up and do good unless it's for the benefit of their bottom line? And I say that, you know, without passing judgment, because they are commercial entities, and, you know, making profit is their business. And so, Mr. Quilty, to you, in your experience, and I take all of that about the good sides, but if somebody's trapped in that rabbit hole, do they actually go out looking for Butterfly Foundation? When somebody's in the throes of an eating disorder, part of experiences that I had and that others have had, when you're trapped in that vortex of despair, or you're not actually, you know, part of you might think, yes, I want to get better, but part of you is also not wanting to get better for whatever psychological reason it is. So, Mr. Quilty, in your experience as a supporting family and speaking with all the families who support, having that positive space on social media, is that enough, or do we also have to do things to make sure that to actually stop and prevent the bad?
We think, Shannon, that it is a combination. We we strongly support what Butterfly is saying about the value of having positive body image and literacy and interventions and use of people with lived experience who can get that positive message out to people with eating disorders. And the research here and internationally shows that there is benefit and value in doing that. I think we talk always about schools, and schools are critically important. However, people with eating disorders are often very involved with both the health system and the community care environment, and making sure we integrate the responsible, positive use of social media into their care plans, making sure that we actually educate psychologists and dietitians and counsellors and give them access to these positive sites, we think is very important. In terms of the individual, we find that the vast majority of people with eating disorders, they do want to get better. The challenge is to give them the tools to enable them to get better, to give them the support. And so, with that positive social media experience, it can be very helpful. But on the other hand, what we regularly see is that these social media platforms are continuing to use, or their algorithms continue to harmful content to at-risk young people. And despite Instagram and TikTok saying that they're addressing these issues, the reality is any of us can go onto these sites. In fact, any of us could Google or Bing right now at one click. We could find a pro-ana site with one click. So it shows that this sort of harmful material remains readily available. And let me assure you from a personal perspective, and when you have a loved one, who's in hospital, who's self-harmed seriously, and then they tell you that what triggered it was Instagram, you realise, how potentially harmful these sites are. So I think it's a combination of carrots and sticks. We can't let people who post this sort of content get away with it, and we can't allow these platforms, to get away with allowing this very harmful content to continually be posted on their sites. They need to be more proactive. They need to be more transparent about their algorithms, and they need to make a bigger investment in terms of making sure that it's a positive social media experience for users.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quilty. That was very direct and very succinct. Thank you. I think the chair wants to ask some questions now, so I will hand back to you.
Oh, Ms. Hammond, thank you. Look, it's just a brief question directly as a result of the discussion we've just had, actually. I'm going to pick up a couple of things. Firstly, if I go back to what Dr. Squires was saying, and I wrote it down, sort of paraphrasing, just an observation you made around moderators. I think it was sort of moderators need to know what to look for, and perhaps I think you may have been reflecting that they may not know always what to look for. I want to flesh that out a little bit as well. I was struck by the very direct observation, Mr. Quilty, about social media being a bit of a petri dish, which is a very apt description for some of the evidence that we've heard to date. And then you referred to, and I wrote this down as well, unregulated algorithms. You've spoken about a carrot and stick approach, and we've heard from Ms. Cowan about, what sounds like some really promising a partnership, I think you were referring to, in relation to TikTok and Instagram. And I guess, that's some of the good that these platforms can do. And I'll call that out, because we should call that out and say that sounds really good. But if I look at what you've written, Mr. Quilty, in this submission, I guess we've been looking at the impact of algorithms, and I'm going to read a paragraph out from your submission. So I'm struck by the fact, and it's a bit of a soliloquy, but just go with me for a moment. I'm struck by the fact that on Instagram, I'm a recent convert to Instagram. I haven't always used it, but I've, found it to be extraordinarily helpful in actually finding information that I want about specific content material. I've found it to be a new go-to. almost before I'll go to, you know, Google or some others, I'm actually finding the curated content, the algorithm it's offering me is really useful. And so I endorse what you're saying there. But the reverse is true too. Surely if it's so useful, then my question is, why can't it be just as useful in removing content that can do harm? And this is where I guess, Mr. Quilty, you were talking about unregulated algorithms. I'm really interested in that word. And I'll read, or that phrase, I'll read this out. TikTok and other social media, particularly TikTok, which is the dominant video app for young people and underage adolescents. I'm paraphrasing here. The issues are similar in that TikTok's algorithms direct users to videos that are relevant to their interest searches known videos. In many cases, users do not have to search for the weight loss content. It is proactively suggested to them, which has been my experience, for instance, with Instagram in a positive way. For example, if a user watches pro-ana, i.e. pro-anorexia, or pro-mia, i.e. a pro-bulimia video, then they are likely to be supplied with more weight loss and thinspo, i.e. content to encourage them to lose weight. Content, again, resulting in validating and triggering behaviour, which is known to intensify. And the impact, etc. It's a very powerful statement that you've made there, Mr. Quilty. I'm just wondering if you might be able to flesh out a little bit more about what you mean by unregulated algorithms and what some of the approaches might be that this committee could consider in order to ensure that platforms are a safe place and a helpful place for those with disordered eating conditions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To start with, I'd say that we're not against the use of algorithms by internet providers. They serve great use in terms of ensuring that users have access to information that they're seeking. They also have a very significant commercial side to them. I suppose I'd refer to the evidence or my submission where I spoke about Senator Blumenthal in the United States after Frances Haugen from Facebook as a whistleblower revealed that Instagram was knowingly providing content that was harmful for young girls with depression and eating disorder. And what his office did, the Senator's office did, was set up an account pretending to be a 13-year-old with an interest in issues around eating. And what they quickly found, and this also was done by CNN in a separate pilot, was that the user was being fed all sorts of information. I think I quoted, sites with names like "I have to be thin," "eternally starved," "I want to be perfect," "prettily skinny." And that was only revealed in October last year. I know that Instagram in particular has looked to remove a whole range of hashtags which are harmful, and that is positive. I think that what we're talking about here is harmful content, and content that has the potential to do very serious harm to very vulnerable people. And I think that under the Online Safety Act, under the basic online safety expectations, there should be a requirement on these social media and internet platforms to remove this most harmful content. I'm not saying that they should completely remove all content that might relate to body image or to issues around food, but it's not hard to see what the most harmful content is. And I think that there should be a legal obligation upon these platforms to remove this most harmful content, because it is that sort of content inevitably, if you have an eating disorder, that you gradually move towards and that you become obsessed with. Look, I also want to refer to TikTok. I think that TikTok is behind the game. I know that Butterfly and others are doing work with TikTok. I know they assert that they're removing the most harmful videos, but TikTok is the place in which young adolescents go in terms of videos. And this is where, with photoshopping and use of other apps, you're able to, portray, what are completely unrealistic images of, of young pre-pubescent and then post-pubescent girls in particular. And you will see in my submission that, one of our members made very clear that her daughter, in terms of being diagnosed with an eating disorder at the same time, she was heavily involved with these blow-ups, which morph, prepubescent young girls into perfect, perfect adolescence. And then after she got treatment and was improving, that access to self-harm and cutting material again through TikTok videos, resulted in her moving in that direction. Look, things may have improved, but I don't think things have been addressed in that area. And that sort of content needs to be removed from these social media platforms. And I think that regulation is required in terms of that most harmful content.
Am I able to add to that further? Sorry, Lucy. If I may, if I can just have the floor for a second. I just wanted to talk to harmful content a little bit more, because when it comes to social media and eating disorders, there is two sides to the coin. On one side, we have content that is extremely explicit in its nature, that maybe details and incites copycat behavior on how to have an eating disorder. And on the other side of the coin, we have very subtle and unassuming content, which David referred to as that glow up kind of trend, where there is this fixation on the thin ideal, particularly in young women, and the muscular ideal in young men. And it also highlights our fixation on self-optimization and reaching the perfect body. And arguably, that unassuming, more subtle content is much harder to moderate and identify. And back to one of your points before, Lucy, on how that is being moderated, I'd just like to highlight a statistic that came out of Butterfly's most recent research piece, which was a community insights research piece that said that 1 in 10 Australians, don't know how to identify the signs and symptoms of an eating disorder. So with that statistic in mind, how can we be sure that the moderators on the other side of these social media platforms know what to look out for? And more so, if they are artificial intelligence moderators, how is that kind of unassuming content being picked up? Just further to that, I would like to highlight that I have direct lines of communication to both Instagram and TikTok's trust and safety team. Butterfly does a really good job, might I say, at monitoring content across social media platforms that is harmful. But obviously we are a small non-for-profit and there's millions of videos uploaded to social media every single day. And with that in mind, it is really our recommendation that we have to equip young people with the skills and knowledge to identify what that harmful content looks like, and just to have the resilience to know that it is wrong and that it's a distortion of reality.
So picking up on what you've said, and that's a very powerful statement that you've made, picking up what you've just said, couldn't social media be used in part to do good? In other words, if they can direct their algorithms so well that they can target me on things sometimes I feel like I've only ever thought about, and suddenly I'm getting, advertisements and I'm just like, how the heck did this happen? Mm-hmm. If they can do that, why can't they be targeting directed content at helping to educate, inform, empower, and provide a way through I think Ms. Hammond referred to it as the rabbit hole, provide the way through the tunnels to the light? Why can't Why can't that empower? Like, what is to stop them from doing that?
We absolutely think they can do that. Sorry, Alex. We think they can do that. There's been research to back up, what Ms. Hammond was saying, what David was saying around that vicious cycle. So we know that happens, and what happens is people maybe experiencing body dissatisfaction, go online, start viewing things, feel worse because they're feeling worse, they go back online again, and this cycle happens. So we think theoretically there is no reason why you could not interrupt that, at the technological level and institute a positive cycle, a virtuous cycle, if you like. That's what we would like to see happen. I guess Alex's point is that could be a bit tricky when everything is a bit subtle. But one thing this week that we observed, we wanted to share with you, we've noticed that TikTok in the US have just appointed a researcher from a US university who's also a clinical psychologist. She's an expert in eating disorders and body image. They have now hired her to work in-house in their trust and safety team. And it's our hope that they're going to start trialing some of these, different ways to create a safer experience for users. So we would love to see a similar role, some researchers in-house at these companies. Obviously, there are people at universities that do studies. It's very different to have someone actually in-house. So we would love to see a greater investment from these companies in creating, obviously they're innovative enough to create these platforms in the first place. They should be innovative enough to make them really positive, really awesome environments for children and young people to be in.
Yeah. There's so many comments. I'd love to continue this, but I am conscious of time. I might ask you some additional questions on notice. But I know that there are questions from Dr. Webster and also the Deputy Chair. Dr. Webster?
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in and speaking about this unbelievably important subject. I have a question regarding regulation, and obviously this is very complex, and we can make the responsibility anyone's, the parents, kids themselves, the social media pages, where I have a great leaning myself. We have in film the Australian Classification Board, which rates films. And I might not agree with them all the time, but they have that is their responsibility. When we're talking about social media, obviously the plethora of posts, the plethora of films that go up mean that job would be very difficult. We now have in place the E-Safety Commissioner. How do we get a regulatory body that can manage this kind of risk and harm?
That is a great question.
I'm happy to have a first go at it, and then others can jump in. I guess there's lots of things you could pursue, and I can see that you are talking to some experts from the UK in the afternoon about statutory duties and things like that, which would be quite interested in learning more about. I guess the other point is we do have the ad standards, what we used to be called the Advertising Standards Bureau, and they're an industry body, as I understand. It's a voluntary code of conduct, and they have body image as part of what they monitor. I guess it's tricky with social media because there is a lot of advertising there, but it's mixed in with the organic content, and we think that's one of the challenges for people with body image concerns and eating disorders, that they are seeing all these things together as one thing. So potentially you could look at strengthening advertising regulation. Don't know, David or Alex, if you have anything else to add.
One thing that I would add to it, and it's something to highlight as a key issue, is misinformation about diet, food and exercise that is currently being shared by influencers and celebrities. These people are totally unqualified. So if we can come together and have collaboration with social media organisations and the E-Safety Office to address that, I would really welcome that. Whether that's providing some kind of backgrounding or verification for these people to be sharing their ideas or their programs. I don't know what that quite looks like, but I would really welcome collaboration on that, because it is a significant issue that young people are taking what is essentially an opinion of a fitness influencer as Bible, and essentially equating that to their worth and potentially developing disordered eating or overexercise in the process.
I suppose I was going to the classification because of the risks of some of the advertising or the misinformation that you've got out there. Is there a possibility that when you're going to start talking about body image, there almost needs to be a star rating in terms of trust or reliability, and versus opinion, of which there is, as I said earlier, a plethora. How can people who go online, vulnerable young people who are already at risk for whatever reason, is there anything that we could put in place that means it's more reliable, the information is more reliable?
I think there is something you could do. Just I've noticed on Twitter, if you've ever searched for COVID, you'll get a little message up the top and it will direct you to Australian Government and World Health Organisation material on COVID. It's basically giving you a warning that you might be looking at some anti-vaccination stuff, some stuff that's not evidence-based. So I don't know how that is done, but I guess there's no theoretical reason why you couldn't do something similar around body image.
Yeah, and I would actually highlight that we have actually already started that conversation with Instagram Australia. And I do really want to say within the context of this meeting that Instagram Australia is very, very receptive to our feedback, and we have a very open dialogue to the point that we have been invited on international roundtables, even with Adam, their CEO, who's based in the US. And we are kind of following suit with TikTok, but as David said, they are a newer application, and with new applications, there comes new challenges. But of course, we invite collaboration from the government on these conversations as well.
Yes, we could go on, but I won't.
I'll just quickly add, Dr. Webster, I think you have a lot of the tools now with the Online Safety Act, with the basic online safety expectations, and with the industry codes. And I think to a significant extent in terms of the most harmful content, making sure that those tools are used to address this area, that this area doesn't slip between the cracks is important. I would think that the eSafety Commissioner should be assessing the industry codes on the extent to which they do ensure that there are mechanisms in place to prevent access for underage people to what might be harmful eating related content. And for the most harmful content we've referred to, I think that the basic online safety expectations can be used effectively to put obligations on the platforms to remove that content and to respond in a timely manner to complaints.
To that point, though, I would say that I do think it is remiss of us to place the blame solely on social media, because things like weight stigma, fat phobia, diet culture, they are all things that exist offline and online, and they are all things that have existed even long before, as you said, Celia, before social media even existed. So it really does come back to those prevention and social media literacy programs and investment in them.
Thank you very much to our witnesses and Dr. Webster. Questions from the Deputy Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I'll endeavour to be brief given the time constraints. Mr. Courthy, I was really interested in the point you're making about the basic online safety expectations and their ability to deal with this via the code. It's something that struck me as well. I wondered whether have you raised this with the department or the eSafety Commissioner as part of their consultations on the basic online safety expectations?
No, not as yet, Mr. Watts. We are raising it, I think, first with you as a committee. With other hats on, I'm generally aware of the Online Safety Act, but very happy also to raise this. I know that the eSafety Commissioner's got a keen interest in this area.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly not suggesting any lack of attention or conspiracy here. I was just interested in the status of it. And in that respect, I note that the Joint Committee of the Draft Online Safety Bill in the UK that's looked at their equivalent of the Online Safety Act made an explicit recommendation that content and activity that promotes eating disorders and self-harm be included as a statutory requirement on providers to have a proportionate system and processes in place to identify and reasonably mitigate those things. So it would seem to be consistent with the approach in the UK if we did require that in Australia. One other specific issue, the Facebook files, there was a lot of internal research referenced about the impact of Instagram on particularly young women vulnerable to this scourge. Have you seen any of that underlying research published? My understanding is that we only have the mediated reporting, the press reporting on that research. We haven't seen the actual underlying research. Is that right?
I haven't seen the research. I've seen the media reporting, and I referred to the follow-up in the US Congress. So I also think that, yes, a lot of that research has remained fairly private. The question also a little bit is whether that research is up to date, or whether Instagram has taken further action since then. I think the thing that research did was it really shone a light on this issue and brought it to the fore, which was very important.
Yeah, absolutely. It put the issue up in lights in the global media, but it would certainly assist all of us if the platforms published their own internal research about what they understand the impact of their services to be on their user base, and particularly on vulnerable users of the user base. That's something you'd support us recommending, presumably.
Yes, definitely.
And just finally, again, this is an issue that I'm learning about through this process. It's not something that I've had personal experience with, so I thank the witnesses on this panel today for their submissions and their evidence today. It's been very useful. One of the things that struck me listening today was the disproportionate harm caused to a sort of subset of all users here, that there are people that are particularly vulnerable to this kind of content, and great harm can be caused to them by algorithmic amplification of these harmful messages. I wonder whether there'd been any proposals sort of analogous to interventions in the problem gambling space, where people can sign up for an algorithmic experience that excludes this kind of content. That sort of errs on the side of blocking too much if they are particularly vulnerable to this. Like it seems like that ought to be something that people could choose to sign up to if they feel they are vulnerable to these messages. Has anything like that been proposed or considered?
I'm not aware of anything, but that sounds like a really good idea. And I guess the great thing about that idea is that for people under 18, that could be part of parental controls, so when a parent, allows their kid or gives them a phone, they can actually put that on there. That sounds good to me. Alex, are you aware of any?
No, I'm not aware of anything, but I would probably just take this opportunity. It's dependent on the platform, but say, for example, with Instagram, I'd just like to remind people that they have control and autonomy over their feed. They can choose who they want to follow. And ideally, if done appropriately, they can diversify their feed where they can break that negative feedback loop and actually have a really positive experience on social media And I think it's really important that we come together and remind people of that. Something that we have advised to TikTok Australia is issues surrounding the For You page, whereby content is served from all over the world. It is not curated. They do not have control over who they see on their For You page, which is the first page that opens on the application. And our advice to TikTok would be to make accounts of those under the age of 18 private, and also provide a control whereby they can curate their For You page. So they, again, have a more positive experience and are blocking out potentially harmful eating disorder content.
That's an excellent point, well made. Thank you for that. No more questions, Chair.
Chair?
Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me, Lucy? Sorry,
yeah,
Chair.
Ms. Clayton, would you have, Ms. Clayton, over to you.
Yeah, I just want to very briefly ask, I think it's Alex Cowan, sorry.
Yes.
Just wanting to know, in your view, who do you think is best placed to be actually driving those kind of prevention and early intervention education programs that you're talking about?
Well, I would say that Butterfly, we have these programs in place at the moment, and they can easily be scaled up. Just recently, we launched our Butterfly Body Bright program, which is a primary school body image program. It's the first of its kind. We would definitely invite more funding for that program that touches on social media literacy and resilience. And of course, then we have prevention programs in a high school setting that Sarah alluded to, the fact that they have increased by 148% over the course of the pandemic, which I think just goes to show that caregivers and educators are screaming out for this kind of education around social media literacy.
So the demand for your programs has increased by 148%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Absolutely.
And just finally, so we're very super pressed for time, but what, if any, engagement do you have with the eSafety Commissioner?
At the moment, we do have a relationship with them, but something that I have noted within our recommendations is to have a more large-scale collaboration with them that marries our services and essentially helps to mitigate potentially harmful eating disorder content on these platforms.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. Back to you.
Thanks, Ms. Clayton. And I'm very mindful of the time in terms of our witnesses, but I do have to say I think we should continue this conversation for much longer than what we have time for today. I'd really like to thank every one of you for your really thoughtful, incredibly useful commentary, advocacy and recommendations. I think this has been an incredibly helpful session. Thank you for using lived experience and your own, unique, very deep experience to help inform the work of the committee. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here today. We welcome any further observations or commentary that you may wish to make. So thank you. We just appreciate it very, very much. I would indicate some formalities that for any additional information, if you've been asked to provide that, or any questions on notice, to forward it to the Secretary by the 7th of February 2022. And just to let you know that you will be sent a copy of the transcript of the evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Again, I thank you all for your time and your attendance today. As is our current practice, I'm going to suspend this hearing for about a minute or so to enable our next witness to appear. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
hearing of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety via video and teleconference, and now welcome our representative from We Protect Global Alliance to provide evidence today, and ask you that for the Hansard record for you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to give evidence. So my name is Ian Drennan, and I am the Executive Director of We Protect Global Alliance.
Thank you very much. Some formalities to commence. To advise you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm just wondering if you'd like to make a brief opening statement or any introductory remarks before we proceed to conversation and discussion.
Oh, absolutely. So just to say a little bit about our mission. So what we do at We Protect Global Alliance is to try and transform the global response to child sexual exploitation and abuse online. So we do this by bringing together the necessary actors and organizations that can affect change. Child sexual exploitation and abuse is a crime that impacts children in real life with deep and long-lasting consequences. We focus our efforts as an alliance in the online space, where this type of abuse can take many forms, including the grooming of children online, producing, viewing and sharing of images and videos of sexual abuse, and live streaming of abuse. What we found in our latest global threat assessment, which we published in October last year, was that the scale of child sexual exploitation and abuse online is increasing. This sustained growth is outstripping our global capacity to respond. Child sexual abuse remains a chronically underfunded issue, whether that be online or offline. And that's why we've worked so hard to build this global alliance. And this is a global problem that demands a global solution. It's an inlandly borderless crime. We believe from those findings that prevention needs to be prioritized in our response. And it was absolutely fascinating listening to the previous witnesses just before I came on, because I think there's a lot of shared experience with other forms of online harms. We can't wait for the abuse to take place before we act. And a strong law enforcement and judicial response is absolutely essential. But for a truly sustainable strategy, we should be actively preventing abuse. And that includes promoting children's online safety, digital literacy, safety by design, which I know the Safety Commissioner has been taking a real leading role in, and the deterrence of potential offenders. So that's all of that and more besides. And I think it's really important to bring this perspective of survivors into our response. So today at 9 o'clock GMT, we're publishing a new report on survivors' perspectives on child sexual abuse and exploitation online. So speaking in in-depth conversations with young adult survivors of abuse in 6 different countries, speaking to frontline social workers. And what we're finding from that research is that children have limited awareness of the mechanisms to report cases of abuse and limited awareness of the support services available. So this is something that causes deep and potentially long-lasting harm. But even where those services are in place, we know that children aren't necessarily able to access them in the right way. But what I'd like to close with is that there is hope. And I think what's happening in Australia is a really big part of that. So over the past decade, child sexual exploitation and abuse online has moved up the global agenda. So since even we've been formed as an organization back in 2016, more countries, companies, civil society organizations are now involved in tackling this crime. So our own membership has gone up considerably. Online safety technology is more accessible and advanced. So whether that be used by platforms and services, or whether that be used by internet users or children themselves. And governments, and I think again Australia is playing a key role here, are clarifying and enforcing the responsibilities of online service providers in preventing and addressing abuse on their platforms. While the pace of change may be slower than we'd like, we are definitely seeing it happening. And we see our fundamental role as an alliance as nurturing these green shoots of progress and really helping them grow. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence.
Mr. Drennan, thank you very much for your time and for your opening statement. We do appreciate that very much. When instances of, I think you used a very good umbrella phrase, and I'm going to refer to it, child sexual exploitation and online abuse. When this happens, what are organisations like yours and law enforcement agencies currently able to do to shut down material like this? And are there additional measures that you recommend be introduced in legislation or codes of practice to help, further address this very serious issue?
So there's a range of measures that are currently available at different levels. So I think there is currently technology in place. So PhotoDNA being one of the leading products that's available that services can use to scan content for child sexual abuse material, what was previously referred to as child pornography. So if that's been identified, that can be taken down and removed. There are also web crawlers available, which are going out proactively scanning for material and removing it and taking it down. I'd highlight the work of the Internet Watch Foundation in the UK. The Canadian Centre for Child Protection have a tool called Arachnid that's been widely adopted. I think there's also a strong role for law enforcement, and there's different techniques that they have and that they use to identify offenders and to take down material. There's also for companies that are headquartered in the US, there's a mandatory requirement to report material that exists under statute, and there's an organization called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the US, usually referred to as NCMEC, which takes in and analyzes all of these reports and referrals. And I should say that the numbers of referrals, and I think the US is obviously significant because the vast majority of the key online services and platforms that children are using are headquartered in the US. So I think it's really important to look at those NCMEC statistics. And what we're seeing is that those referrals are going up dramatically year on year. So from 2019 to 2020, there was 100% increase in reports to NCMEC. So what we've seen is that actually the pandemic and the measures that have been taken during the pandemic have actually exacerbated some of the trends that we've already been seeing in terms of people coming online, and that's both in terms of potential victims of abuse, but also in terms of potential offenders. And I thought it's really significant listening to the previous session, where one of your witnesses was talking about the fact that these are problems that have existed forever. It's not the internet didn't create these problems, and I think that's particularly apt for child sexual abuse. So what we're seeing from our research and from the research of our members, it's actually the majority of abuse is carried out by trusted individuals. It's not, the idea of stranger danger doesn't encapsulate the nature of the problem. And what the online dimension is actually doing in many cases is shining a light onto abuse that's happening, particularly things like intrafamilial abuse, which previously, speaking to law enforcement colleagues, was very, very difficult to investigate. Now you're seeing that content starting to be put up online, and it provides a window into activity that's already happening, and also a mechanism for that to be shared worldwide. So I think there's all kinds of measures and techniques that are available in terms of taking down sexual abuse material. I think I'd point to the scale, which is increasing, and again, when I speak to law enforcement, they are worried about the risks of being overwhelmed. That actually an approach where they are completely focused on identifying and takedown, that's not sustainable. That's why there's this need to pivot towards prevention and looking at making those platforms and services that offenders are exploiting much more difficult targets, making it much by designing in safety measures into the fabric of the platform or service. You're immediately cutting out a layer of offenders. You will always get those offenders who are incredibly technically adept and skilled, and that's where you might need those higher end law enforcement capabilities. Even in the UK, there's a role for GCHQ, the Signals Intelligence Agency, as well in that space. But those higher end capabilities are best used when they're really well targeted at those really, really high priority cases. I think there's much more to be done at the lower level to design out some of those flaws. Part of my background was I used to work in counterterrorism when I was working in the UK government, and I think there's a sort of analogy there in terms of that harder target. We should be doing the online equivalent of putting the concrete bollards in front of the stadium. There may be people who get through, but that's going to cut out a lot of risk in terms of an attack. And I think we should be applying that mindset to the online space.
It's a very comprehensive answer. Thank you for that response. How engaged do you find tech companies and social media platforms to be with the work that you have done? And I guess, what further measures do you think platforms themselves could take to help reduce the incidents that we are seeing?
It's a very good question.
It's a global problem. It's not just Australia.
No, but I think it because it's a global problem, it's interconnected, and so therefore, what happens in Australia in terms of legislation, in terms of enforcement, in terms of having an e-safety commissioner, matters in terms of how that's received around the globe. And definitely, I think there's a lot of countries within our membership who are looking to learn from the Australian experience. I think I would say there's a lot of companies who are keen to be engaging in this space. So if you look at our own membership, we've since we launched as an independent entity in 2020, our private sector membership has gone up considerably, and I think there is willingness from a lot of the companies that we're speaking to in terms of what taking responsibility for their platforms and what they do. But I think we can't treat the technology industry as a monolith. They are at very different stages and at very different levels of capability in terms of their ability to address this. So you do have the Metas and the Googles of this world that do have enormous resources that they can bring to bear on this, but also have a huge reach in terms of the risks and keeping that they have been bringing in some really interesting technologies. If you look at, for example, Google, some of the artificial intelligence capabilities that they've been bringing in terms of supporting moderation and really triaging that content that needs to go to human moderation. And I think that what I would say is that companies that really, really get it are the companies that have a really large child user base. I'd highlight Roblox in particular. So when they went public, they highlighted child sexual exploitation and online harms as particular, board level risks that they need to manage. And I think where you're looking at a really hard edged view of why should this matter, it's because your users care about it. This is what matters about your reputation, about your levels of corporate social responsibility. What we're seeing is greater levels of engagement from companies in terms of industry level bodies. So there's something called the Technology Coalition, and it has an initiative called Project Protect, which from our perspective captures a lot of what we would like to see in terms of action. So they have a pillar-based approach. We are collaborating with them in terms of their transparency and accountability pillar, in particular, and looking at how we can get more information out there, not as an end in itself, but to understand what the problem is. And if we understand what the problem is, we can really tailor the solutions to the levels of risk that we find. But at the moment, you do get transparency reports starting to appear, and that's progress. But they're designed in-house. They can't be cross-compared. So it's very difficult for someone coming from the outside to understand exactly where the risks are. But I think one thing that it is important to note is that where companies are being transparent and are sharing information, it's important that that's not de-incentivized. Because I think if any time a company sort of shares statistics and says, look, effectively, there is a problem on our network, we are looking to resolve it, and all the headlines are X company has a problem on its network, where you've got trust and safety teams who are making the case to their board that we should be reporting on this, that how that information is received and dealt with in process really matters in terms of what we want is a virtuous circle where there's transparency, there's action, there's progress, and we move forward. But I think there is a growing awareness of online harms writ large, and I think child sexual abuse and exploitation is a particularly good one to focus on, because there's general awareness. You don't have the kind of complexities that you might have with things like misinformation and disinformation, where it's not necessarily illegal, where you're looking at that. In this, it is very clearly illegal content. There's a consensus between government and industry that something needs to be done. It shouldn't be on platforms. And that, I think, offers a platform for action to be taken forward that can then be applied to other more challenging forms of online harm.
Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive answer, and I do appreciate your very thoughtful, considered approach to this topic. And I'm mindful of the time, and so I'm going to cede to Ms. Clayton for questions, and just indicate I've got a couple of extra questions. If we run out of time, I'll place them on notice for your consideration, if that is okay with you. Thank you, Mr. Drennan. Questions from Ms. Clayton?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks so much, Mr. Drennan, for your evidence this afternoon at our end. And I just wondered whether you spoke earlier on about, one of the measures that might be useful is to have tech companies or these platforms designing in protective measures into programs that they're running. And is anyone doing that at the moment? Have you got any feedback you could provide to the committee as to successful attempts to design in protective layers?
Yes, I mean, I think one that I'd highlight is use of default settings, because that can be really important in terms of children, what they see as when they log into an account, what's set up for them, and that's a really good way to help to shape those, inform those choices. And TikTok over the last year set those default settings for under 18 accounts to private, and that's I think that's a step forward, and it shows what can be done in terms of companies' terms and conditions as well. That's a really good avenue for change. Also, I'd say app stores are really important, because for apps, in large part, it's a key marketplace for them. If they're and you're looking there at 2 app stores really dominating the market there, so that's another real hinge point in terms of where change can be driven.
Thank you. And I wondered just about, I know you have developed a model national response, and you've also got a global strategic response. I'm just wondering whether you could talk to us a little about how that is going, and whether there are things that we should be seeking to do more of in Australia. I don't know if you've had any time to kind of checklist or audit against the national model response, but it would be perhaps very useful if we were able to hear of how Australia's response is kind of tracking in terms of your national model response.
So I'd say definitely Australia is at the leading edge of what's happening amongst our membership. I think I can say that very, very clearly. I think the model national response is designed to set out capabilities that are required for an effective holistic response to child sexual abuse. It is designed to be tailored to the particular circumstances of the country. But what we're doing at the moment, in fact, in partnership with UNICEF, is doing a full-scale review of the model national response. So we are getting in submissions from our members, including Australia, and we're over the course of this year going to publish a report looking at, we've had the model national response in place for 5 years now. What we want to do is to look at, exactly as you say, how it's being implemented, what people are finding easier to implement, what's more challenging, where are those gaps, and how can we improve. But I think, where we, going back to our global threat assessment, one of the key capabilities and one of the most challenging capabilities is around legislation. You know, that's the kind of building block in terms of having an effective national response. And I think Australia is one of the countries that we highlighted, along with UK, Ireland, Germany, what's happening in the European Union, as one of the countries that's taking those first pioneering steps in terms of setting out those expectations. And I think the EU Commissioner for Home Affairs put it very well the other day, is that we need dialogue with industry, but we also need regulation, legislation. I think those two go hand in glove. And I think also industry is calling for regulation and standards as well. So I think Australia has made some real strides in terms of what it's done. And I should also say, having an e-safety commissioner that brings together those different online harms, and with the remit that the e-safety commissioner's office has, I think that's also a model that a lot of governments are looking at in terms of being able to drive effective action against online harms.
What about, just given you've got a global agenda, which is pretty gigantic, but how do you work with and assist developing nations, and what is Australia's role, for example, in your global strategic response? Do you have kind of like more regional responses, and is there a role for Australia to be working more in the Pacific? I'm just trying to get a sense of what are all of those developing nations. What level of support's happening there, and what is the role of developed nations and your alliance to remedy that?
Absolutely, it's an excellent point, and I think different countries are at different stages in terms of their awareness and development of response. We did a lot of work over the past couple of years with the African Union. We're looking to take forward more with them in partnership with Interpol over the coming year. But what I would say is, whereas initially you might have heard that this is a problem for the West, this is something that happens in places like Australia or the UK, and it doesn't happen in our countries. I think that you hear much less now, because it's precisely in those less economically developed countries where you're seeing internet connectivity going up like this. So rather than going through a sort of fairly managed stage of dial-up to broadband to mobile internet, you might be getting a kid who's never had anything more than a radio, suddenly has the world in his pocket in terms of mobile internet, without any of the kind of support services or digital literacy capabilities that have built up over time. So the analogy, I suppose, is someone being thrown into a pool versus being able to get in at their own speed. So there's a really strong need to look at those countries. I think what we do as an alliance is try and make those connections between governments, between civil society, so our members are doing really incredible work on capacity building. What we want is to try and provide support to our members in terms of giving them data on what the problem looks like, what the response should look like, and providing that baseline foundation which can then go in. I think definitely Australia can play an amazing role within the Pacific region, and I think that's also being mirrored by what we're seeing, for example, in Southeast Asia. ASEAN are due to launch a regional plan on child sexual abuse and exploitation. Australia has fantastic relationships there. There's real opportunity for collaboration.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your evidence this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I believe there's one final question from Ms. Webster.
Thank you very much for your evidence. It's extremely interesting. The committee's heard from social media providers that they prioritise online safety and harm reduction because it's in their best interest to keep their consumers safe and using their products and services. Do you believe this is an accurate reflection of their priorities? If so, why have measures introduced by the companies to date failed to resolve online harms?
I think there is goodwill within companies, and there is a will to address this problem. I think in terms of the solutions, those need to be refined, and I think there is a need for legislation and regulation to set those standards and that baseline. And I think that's something that's governments are increasingly gripping. But this is a problem that no single actor can resolve by itself. So there is a need for companies to be part of the solution. So it can, I think, and that's fundamentally why we exist as an alliance. Everyone has a role to play in this. And I think it's about really making that strong evidence-based case to really bring forward the voices of survivors, I think is incredibly important, and children, in terms of people who are using these services and people who have had experience of these harms, to inform our response. And I think another thing is words can mean different things to different constituencies. So I think transparency is a really important one. Looking across our membership, people may be using the same word, transparency, but they mean different things by it. And we see that as another role for us as an alliance, is to try and get a shared understanding of what that actually looks like, what that means for children who are using that platform or service, and I think we are pro internet. There's incredible benefits from this. It's about enabling children to use the internet, get all the advantages and opportunities that they can from it in a safe way. And I see you've got Bernice Kidron on the line. They've been doing some incredible work in terms of bringing out some of those challenges of what the expectation should be on children who are using online services.
I have a question that I've asked a few people now. That is my final question, Chair. And I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
I'm conscious, Dr. Webster, of the time frame given our UK witnesses. Please ask the question, and I'll just ask Mr. Drennan if you could respond perhaps with a high-level brief and then further details perhaps on notice. Thanks, Dr. Webster. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. I'm happy for you just to take it on notice. I wonder about the users of a platform, i.e. a device, whatever it might be, needing to have a license to use the device, i.e. you drive a car, you need a license, or you generally can't drive. If a child who's 5 gets onto my phone, for them to get onto my phone, and I have grandchildren, they know my code in. But if they had their own code to get in that limited their access to safe platforms, to safe apps, so to speak, is that something that is remotely feasible that could form part of the protection for children in particular?
I think it would depend based on the situation at the national level and in terms of legislation. I think already there are voluntary solutions in place in terms of available to parents in terms of putting protection on devices, providing a kind of walled garden for apps. I think there are solutions out there. I think mandating that it's all bound up with the wider legislation question that I think it, opens up a much wider debate.
They're very complex. I'll leave it there, but the warming of children is a very complex beast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Webster. Dr. Drennan, we really appreciate you taking the time. Certainly, I know, particularly with the time difference as well. Thank you for your very, very considered responses and your willingness to provide the committee any further additional information. Again, can we just express our appreciation for your time, the thoughtful responses that you have given to this committee today, and thank you also for your willingness to appear at reasonably short notice. Any additional information, if you could please forward it through to the Secretary by the 7th of February 2022, that would be appreciated. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Again, we thank you very, very much for your time and appreciate what you have provided us very much.
No, likewise, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you, and we will respond to any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives for our UK panel here today to give evidence. I understand we may be expecting one further participant, and if that is the case, we'll go through some of the formalities again quickly when they are here. But in the meantime, I just firstly will express our appreciation for, it's a very distinct time difference, and we appreciate your willingness to be here with us this morning for you, this afternoon for us. But ask that for the Hansard record, for you to each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
I'm William Perrin. I'm a trustee of Carnegie UK Trust.
Baroness Kidron. I'm a member of the House of Lords and the chair of Five Rights Foundation.
Lorna Woods. I'm Professor of Internet Law at the University of Essex.
Thank you very much. Some formalities to commence, and just to advise you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. It is our usual practice to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we will proceed to questions and discussions with the committee. Thank you very much. Perhaps if there are any opening statements, to start in the order in which you gave your names as well.
I work closely with Professor Woods at Carnegie UK Trust, and I would defer any opening statement I might have to once she is prepared.
Thank you very much, committee, and thank you for inviting me to give evidence. I really just want to start out by saying well, first of all, to say that I was a member of the Joint Committee on the Online Harms Bill here in the UK, the pre-legislative committee, and I'd be very happy to answer questions in relation to that. I'm also the creator or instigator of the Age Appropriate Design Code, which is legislation that we already have in the UK, data protection legislation, and I think there's some relation on your inquiry, even though it's not directly what you're looking at. And I noted the previous witness, Ian Drennan, talking about default settings as being one of the key ways of keeping children safe in his evidence. And of course, that was brought in by the Age Appropriate Design Code. And then really, I wanted to make 2 points. The first is that children have rights of participation, that it is no longer suitable to consider just simply the protection of children, because so much of their lives and their connected family lives happens in a digital world. And so when we consider how we keep them safe, we must also consider how they access education, health information, their friends, their family, and how any protections impact on them, so that we have a priority to keep them safe, but we do also have a requirement not to kick them out of the digital world or make it a difficult place for them to have agency. And then really my final thing that I'm sure we'll discuss as we move on is the role of the companies. I've been doing this for some time, and I have to say that nothing voluntary works. Yeah, and I will happily extrapolate on that point. We do have to work with the companies. I work with the companies, but even from within the companies, the clear message is, tell us what to do and we'll do it, because the business imperative of not doing the things that keeps children safe is so enormous that actually they need society to say where that line sits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks. Very much appreciated. I might invite the Deputy Chair to commence the discussion, and then we'll proceed with other members.
Should I make opening remarks?
I think that would be good.
My apologies, of course. Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I was a bit slow on muting myself. I have been working with William Perrin at Carnegie UK Trust on the regulation of social media, I think, for 4 or 5 years now. And we proposed a regulatory model based on a statutory duty of care and backed up by an independent regulator. Now, if I was asked to give 3 words to describe the characteristics of that system, I'd come up with systematic, or systemic, possibly better, flexible, and future-proof. So if I say systemic, I'd say this in 2 ways. First of all, that the regulation looks at the underlying business model, but also the features of the platform. So we're in the territory of by design here, and we are not talking about content regulation. And I think that's important because it gives you more options in the regulatory toolkit for a range of interventions. And I would also say it's systemic in the sense that it is expecting platform operators, the companies, to have processes in place to identify, to assess, and to mitigate any hazards caused by the operation of their platform that could lead to user harm. So when I say flexible, I mean that it can apply to operations of all shapes, all sizes. If we're starting from what is essentially a risk assessment, that risk assessment generates the appropriate response that can be taken. It's specific to the features, the users. So you could also say it's appropriate and it's proportionate. And then finally, future-proof. I'd say that refers to the fact that the regime is in essence a framework regime. We envisaged a regulator that would put more detail on technical points into the regime. It could provide guidance or codes of practice. But it's future-proof because it is the technical details that are more likely to be out of date, to be changed by developments in technology and in the market. And they are more easily kept up to date rather than the fundamental principles, the societal balance that is found in the legislation. So that's it.
Thank you.
May I interrupt may I just interrupt very quickly to say that Damien Collins is trying to join us, but he doesn't have the link. If someone could send it to him, that would be marvellous.
The Secretariat
Thank you.
will do so, and while they are doing so, there's also the option of teleconference as well, if that's easier. You can see I'm doing mine by teleconference and a combination of video as well. While we're just waiting, we might invite some questions from the Deputy Chair, and then I'll just come back in with some formalities for Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for joining us today to share your expertise. It is greatly appreciated by those of us in the Antipodes that you have joined us at this terrible hour in the morning. And I'll repay the favour by not bringing up the cricket. The Joint Committee report on the draft online safety bill I thought was a very comprehensive piece of work, really a good piece of work there. I know that Mr. Collins is trying to join us, but in the interim, if Baroness Kidron, you'd be happy to answer some questions on that, is that okay?
Absolutely.
So this is like a formal scene setter for a piece of work this comprehensive that really tried to grapple with both the seriousness and the complexity of this issue. How long did you spend on this inquiry, sort of from go to woe?
We formally had to report within a 12-week period, which was eventually brought forward by a week. So I think we had 11 sitting weeks to write the report. I would say that of all the parliamentary committees I've been involved in, no committee met more often or worked harder. So I think the hours were put in perhaps in a shortened period. And I would also make the point that it was a very mixed committee, both in terms of its political makeup. It was made up of both houses, but it also had a number of people who have spent many, many years on this particular subject. And then we reached out to other experts, both in the UK and around the world. And so whilst we had a very short reporting writing period, I would say it was built on the work of many years, and I include, in fact, Will and Lorna, and all the work that Carnegie have done, my colleagues at Five Rights, and way beyond. So I think that's the best way of saying how it worked.
Well, it certainly shows in the output. You must have been very busy during this drafting period. And I've discussed with the Chair earlier that if there's some way that procedurally we can incorporate the report into our evidence base for this inquiry, I think that would be something that all committee members of our process would benefit from. Reading the report...
The way to do that is by way of a question on notice, which you would be willing to do so, and return the question on notice by means of just returning the report. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. So for formality, Baroness Kidron, would you provide the report to me on notice?
I would be delighted, and I will say on behalf of the Chair, who is not with us, we would be absolutely delighted to send you the report.
Many thanks. Many thanks. One of the things that struck me reading the report, and Professor Woods, you may want to jump in here, it seemed that the approach of the report was really grounded in this systemic approach of taking risk assessments to foreseeable risks on these platforms, and really a baselining this in a safety by design approach. So I suppose if I can be somewhat cheeky and just ask Professor Woods whether there's anything in your recommendation for a duty of care approach in statute that isn't addressed in the body of the draft online safety bill report?
I don't think I can say that isn't there. I think I'd care to emphasise perhaps a couple of points that were made in that report. And I think the top one for me is the need for what we were calling a foundation duty, that you need a general obligation on the company to look at its products and to think, what are the consequences? I think there's a danger perhaps in providing a list of things that a company should do without that grounding in looking for what's actually going on, what are the users and what are the particular risks. So I think I would perhaps emphasise that rather than seeking to look for gaps in what is a remarkable piece of work.
May I come in on that question as well?
Please do.
Yeah. I think the two things really. One is this, I think it's interesting that you have picked up on this point, and I think the committee, and I see the chair has now arrived, that the committee felt that the emphasis on trying to say, what is it that we are trying to achieve? What safety, what risks are there are very different in every case. We're talking about a very broad group of companies that are trying to achieve different things. But by asking a company to go through their own risk process and insisting on the kinds of risks, articulating the kind of risks that we might be worried about, actually throws up the opportunity for them to meet the mitigation in different ways. So what we were trying to do was say, we have a series of risks that we care about, both for individuals, for children, for society more generally, but we are not saying how you must actually meet them. We just want a different outcome. And I would point particularly to the more mature regulation, data protection regulation that we have around the world, where you do a risk assessment about how you use and process data. And the companies are very used to doing that and very used to meeting those risks and mitigating those risks in different ways. So it is a very, if you like, it's both simple and sophisticated approach, and it doesn't send you down the path of always ending up in an argument about what you take down. A lot of things don't get there in the first place, and a lot of risks are not actually content risks. You know, they're risks of different kinds. They're behavioural risks. They're nudging behaviours.
Thank you. I don't want to interrupt the Deputy Chair, but just for formalities, I would very much like to welcome Mr. Damien Collins MP to the panel. And just ask that in giving evidence today, we just ask that for the Hansard record for you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. Mr. Collins, unfortunately, we'll need to ask you to unmute and then repeat that again. I do apologise. Thank you.
My apologies. As I said, I'm sorry for joining slightly late. I seem to have difficulty with the correct links for the hearing. But just to say for the record, I'm Damien Collins, Member of Parliament and Chair of the Joint Select Committee on the Draft Online Safety Bill.
Thank you very much. And just to advise you of the formalities, that the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, but that I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I might, would you like to make an opening statement at this moment, or would you prefer to continue with the panel discussion as we go?
I'll be happy to continue with the discussion as we go and answer any questions the committee put to me. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, thank you. And we'll provide you an opportunity at the end if there's any further statement that you'd like to make that perhaps hasn't been covered. Deputy Chair, back to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Mr. Collins, and congratulations on your role on a very comprehensive and I think influential report. So we were just hearing from Baroness Kidron about the approach underlying this report and moving away from a approach that looked at specific individual pieces of content, perhaps targeted at specific individuals and takedown regimes and sort of whack-a-mole approaches like that, towards a more systemic approach, imposing a fundamental underlying responsibility on platforms to ensure the safety of their systems. One of the issues that we have been grappling with in this inquiry is, again, moving beyond those individualised harms and towards what I think you conceptualised in this report as societal harms. Do you want to give us some background into the way your thinking evolved into how to grapple with what I think your report recognises is a very complex task for policymakers to grapple with? How should we think about the role of government in dealing with societal harms created by these online platforms?
Thank you. So is that directed to me?
I'm sorry. So either you, Mr. Collins or Baroness Kidron, people involved in the drafting of the report.
Sure. Well, the Law Commission in the UK also did a study that was reported alongside the work of the Joint Committee. And I think one of the important areas they looked at was harms being caused to a likely audience. And this creates a wider base than it just being directed to an individual person. So it could be people that share similar characteristics, be it race or religion, who could be likely to be targeted or the victims of abuse as a consequence of harmful content. So I think that does create an important new definition, which is not just based on harms being directed to an individual person that may have received a message, but those harms also being a potential for a wider group within society as well. And I think it is important to strike this balance in recognizing that racial abuse may be directed, for example, towards an individual person, but could have a wider impact on a wider group within society as well, and should also be within scope.
And if I may add to that, one of the things that I've been involved with over the years is working with children internationally. And I think one of the most shocking findings is whether they are in Kigali or Berlin or New York, they report the same problems. And what we're really seeing, and the reason that they are reporting the same problems way beyond their context, is because they're using the same services. So this by design approach, the upstream approach, is really also about taking risk out for certain groupings. And I think you'll find that mirrored. I mean, obviously my expertise is around children, but I think you'll find that mirrored if you think about misinformation around the world, if you think about racism that Damien Collins just raised, that some of the systemic things are in the design of the system, and the approach is to say that the system itself should not be producing these harms.
I thought it was notable as well. I mean, the report sent a very clear message that the era of self-regulation has ended, and that there was, in addition to this baseline, call it a duty of care or underlying responsibility, this risk-based approach, there are also very specific obligations recommended in the report. One of which goes to this hate speech area, where I think there was a recommendation that a statutory requirement on providers be introduced to place proportionate systems and processes to identify and mitigate reasonably foreseeable risks of harm arising from regulated activities, including reference to specific areas of law recognised in the offline world, like abuse, harassment, and stirring up of violence and hatred based on the protected characteristics in the Equality Act. Can you walk us through the way that works? This has been a bit of a gap in Australian law that we've identified in this inquiry as well. How do you propose to connect up real world sort of anti-discrimination, anti-vilification legal frameworks with the systems applied by these online platforms?
Well, we felt when drafting the report that it was important that the regulatory offences under the online safety regime should be linked to real offences in law that exist elsewhere. When we started to look at this, what became clear was that existing offences in law, like through the equalities legislation in the UK, was never necessarily written with the internet in mind, or with the idea that the offence could be created, an offence could exist not just for the person that had posted something offensive, but also for a digital platform that hosted it or actively promoted it and shared that content with others. So the question then is, how do you introduce those thresholds? Now, again, going back to racial abuse, UK courts have given rulings on racial abuse. One of the cases that we looked at and discussed quite a bit in the committee was the racial abuse directed towards England footballers after the final of the European Championships. Now, some people have been prosecuted for what they posted sometime after the event. So the law has already created a threshold for understanding when we think abuse has taken place. I think the question then in an online safety regime would be for the regulator, through its codes of practices, to set a bar that says to the online platforms, this is where we believe an offence is being committed. This is where we believe you should intervene and mitigate the content that's been posted, which will clearly cause harm, based on guidance that already exists in law. So I think the job of the regulator through the codes of practices would be to say, here are offences in law that already exist, that the UK Parliament has already determined are offences. These are the thresholds where we expect you to mitigate and act on it. And then, here are the sanctions we could apply if you fail to do so.
And sorry, Will, you go next. Yeah.
I think the Deputy Chair was also seeking some specific examples of systemic measures that could be taken. And one of the things that civil society has done in the UK is to try and get ahead of a regulatory process and actually start to write some codes of practice from a victim perspective. One of the exercises Carnegie UK has conducted with Professor Woods and a range of organisations representing victims of hate speech is to produce a UK code of practice on tackling hate speech through a range of systemic measures that could be taken by the platforms. We developed that code further for the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minorities to develop a UN-level draft code of practice for social media companies to follow in addressing hate speech through systemic measures. And we submitted that in evidence to the committee. And you'll find in there about 20 pages of very straightforward, plain English examples of systemic measures that social media companies could take around the world to tackle hate speech that are also compliant with international human rights law, including the ICCPR, from which, as I understand it, a lot of Australian law and practice on tackling hate speech and on free speech is derived. So I'd submit that as evidence to you as some concrete examples of what could be done, set out in a very simple and we hope accessible form.
No, thank you. I'm sure that would be of use if you'd be able to provide that to our committee as well.
Certainly.
May I come in on this? Just to say, really to make one point, which is that very often there are these debates in which the tech companies sort of put their hands up and say, we don't want to be the determiners of what truth is or what good is or what racism is and so on. And I think that to leverage what society has decided, to leverage the existing understandings of what hate, of what equality, of what misogyny, is really important to underlie this legislation. I mean, we are, as we go forward or around the world, going to see court cases on edge cases. However, before you get to a court case on an edge case, there is going to be an awful lot of compliance. And there's going to be an awful lot of cultural change. And there's going to be a lot more confidence within the tech community saying, look, they said that we must comply and our terms and conditions look like this now, which look a lot closer to existing understandings of what a rights system is based on. So I think that as well as the final frontier of law, there's a whole kind of supply chain existing ideas that you bring into this discussion that is very important. And I would love to say for the record that we too have worked on a system for designing safely for children with the IEEE, and we would love to give that to the committee for your consideration. Thank you.
Oh, that would be much appreciated.
Deputy Chair, do you mind if I ask a question in relation to Baroness Kidron's response there before handing back to you?
Please, please.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your consideration. Baroness Kidron, you were mentioning before, and you were just giving some examples, and one that stood out to me was the word misogyny. And the reason it stood out is it reminded me of some conversations that we had with platforms over the last, couple of public hearings, where on the one hand, when I looked at their submissions to this committee, and when I looked at their policy, it looked, one in particular, I won't name which one, looked robust. It looked exemplary. It said it will not tolerate all of these different things and went down. And yet, time after time, when I gave examples, and these were examples that were suitable for public commentary, they weren't by any means the worst examples I could find. They weren't even the worst examples that I had. I started with the least worst. And I could not get even one of them to say, yes, this would not meet our hateful or harmful content policy or whatever name they gave it, which I found to be extraordinary, particularly given I gave one specific example that I knew met a threshold for another offence because it was referred to police. How can we can look at codifying issues around rights, etc., but I guess my real question is, what is the responsibility of platforms simply if they were to simply uphold their code or their content policy in adherence with community standards? Would we even be having this conversation?
It's such a great question, and this is something that that came up again and again in our inquiry, and indeed there is an argument to say that if data protection law was robustly applied, if terms and conditions were robustly applied, if age limits were robustly applied, we would have a great deal less to be discussing right now. I think that it is absolutely essential that part of legislation and regulatory regimes is a consistent application of your own terms. Yeah. But then we also have to say, and we expect those terms to, at minimum, as Damien said, meet UK law in our case. Yeah. Meet minimum standards of regulation and have mitigation measures of the risks thrown up in your risk assessment as was set out by Will and Lorna. So it is a loop. We say what laws we're interested in, what outcomes we're seeking, what societal demands we have. We ask them to do the risk assessment against those things. We want them reflected in the terms and conditions, and they must be upheld. And if I am allowed to be momentarily personally proud about the report we wrote, it is the fact that the committee came up with a loop that was clear, principled, enforceable. It met Lorna's, future-proof, and it was flexible, but it did say what we expect of the companies, and it would be enforceable on that basis.
I just interject something going back to Baroness Kidron's edge cases, and just to say that the way I envisage a regulatory regime working is that, in a way, it's not going to be about arguments about whether in this case or that case the platforms got it right or wrong. but whether they had a reasonable system in place for understanding that. And that actually takes some of the intensity out of the definition of harms, that you're actually saying, well, if you aim for what we can clearly see is in the centre of that and take appropriate measures, you're going a long way to dealing with the problems. I would also like to pick up what Will said about the code we came up with, because one of the things we mentioned in that was training materials and making a company's training materials for its moderators and the like publicly accessible, so that we can actually see what are they training their moderators on, what is their understanding, and that would then help perhaps improve the quality of the moderation.
Professor Woods, just a question on that with the indulgence of the Deputy Chair. Really interesting comment around having the relevant systems, and I think you said sort of reasonable systems in place. So what my understanding is that there's a couple of systems, but if I look at one of them, there's the algorithms. And if it gets through the gateway of the algorithms, then, you know, there's obviously a human interaction where an individual or a team behind that will look at relevant content and see whether that actually meets their harmful, hateful, you know, reasonable use content policy, etc. My question is, these platforms make a lot of money off user interaction, and you know, in any sort of reasonable business organisation, certainly in Australia, we've got a lot of requirements around regulation to keep, you know, there's staffing regulations on OH&S, there's, you know, requirements around customer safety, all of these sorts of things in order to do business, to create business, grow business in Australia and make profit, you know, make a profitable business in a way that does no harm. And yet we're seeing platforms that make a lot of money. They have these content systems in place, they have these algorithms, they have people involved. Is enough funding going in to ensuring that the online the online experience is one that overall is a safe one for individuals and anyone who's actually using the internet, those platforms? Or is it, I don't mean to say tick and flick, I don't actually want to minimise it in that way, but what I think I'm saying is not enough attention being given to what could be done and should be done by platforms to have a reasonable requirement of safety, a safety net. Am I making sense? There's the reasonable systems, but what is reasonable, and is enough attention and funding going to ensuring that we have that safety net in the first place or in future?
Well, I think that's the whole purpose of needing regulation, because at the moment, I don't think enough attention is being paid. I don't think there's enough investment. I would love to see the relative spend, for example, of some of the big platforms on their R&D versus their complaints and safety. But I think when I'm talking about reasonable systems, I'm taking it out a little bit. The sort of the algorithms in content promotion and content moderation are important, but I always say I see that there are a number of stages in the communication chain at which companies could pull levers, design levers, to change outcomes. So when I'm saying reasonable systems, the systems include the risk assessment at each of those stages. So I would say the first stage is when a user signs up to the platform, so that, you know, sort of how would a platform treat the sign up process? Do they allow on anonymity? What risks come from that? Have they got age or ID verification? What tools are they giving to users to create content? Do they allow, for example, the embedding of nudification tools, for example, or do they have filters for deep fakes? You then go on to discovery and navigation, which is when the recommender algorithms kick in, the hashtags, the ways the content organize content. You've then got user response, so that is complaints, but also self-defense tools. So can I mute people? Can I, get rid of some of this stuff myself? And then, complaints, moderation, takedown. And at each of those stages, I think a company should have done a risk assessment of what's going on, and then taken steps to respond to what they found. As Baroness Kidron has said, that it's going to vary. Depending on their technology, they can take their own approach. And it is system at the overarching sense of risk assessment, but then system in terms of what those responses are. But I think it is important that there be a regulator or an oversight body that gives us some sense of what the minimum threshold there of investment and care is. And I think it is particularly important that we have some oversight, perhaps regulatory oversight, over the thoroughness of the risk assessment, so that we don't get companies being, let's say, techno-optimists or willfully naive about what's happening, so that we really make them look at what's going on.
If I could just,
oh no, please.
If I could add to that as well. When we had, when the Joint Committee took evidence from Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, I think she made a very strong point, which is that the companies are all the time experimenting with the engagement model of their platforms. They're making decisions balancing engagement versus user safety. They're doing it for commercial reasons. And it'd be perfectly reasonable for the regulator to say, well, why are you making those decisions? And what is the basis for that? How are you assessing the balance between engagement with your services and the harm that engagement could be causing people? Certainly if you're feeding them content which is through algorithmic recommendation, you're feeding content that could make their vulnerabilities worse or expose them to more harmful and more extreme content. And I think that's what the regulator can and should challenge the companies on. They can take a risk-based assessment depending on the nature of the business itself, the size of the user base, the ways in which people engage with content. And you can also, the regulator can also challenge the companies around are their AI systems good enough? There's been some dispute with Facebook that their AI is not as effective as they say it is. Does there need to be more human moderation built into the system? And therefore that means employing more people. At the moment, it's not we're asking the companies to do something they're not capable of doing. We may be asking them to do it a lot better than they've done it before.
May I just really like to bring it a little bit alive, in the sense that, if you TikTok only need to know what someone hovers over to understand what they're interested in, and yet they are sending 13-year-olds targeted weight loss videos recommending diets of 300 calories. Yeah. Frances Haugen showed that, that the drop down, the way that they balance the drop down menu on Instagram can affect the body dysmorphia and depression rates of teenage girls. And here in the UK, we've had some very distressing sort of statistics this week, which showed a threefold rise of 7 to 10-year-olds creating child sexual abuse videos. And what does a 7 to 10-year-old have live streaming capability on the surface? Each one of those examples is a design point. It could be stopped at a design level, or at least at a minimum, because I do agree with what Lorna said about we're trying to shift the dial of the middle, not the extremes. You know, the bar could be so much higher. Yeah. So if on the one hand, the bar is higher at entry level, and then, as Damien says, you know, the moderation is appropriate to the size and reach of the platform and the risk of the platform, we begin to have a world in which the companies are actually being put under the same basic product safety approach that the rest of business is put under. And I will just emphasize that. You said it yourself, you know, that any other company has to, you know, has to provide a product that is fit for human consumption. We do not allow cars to be put on the road with no brakes. This is a sector which is a car with no brakes.
Yeah, you hit on an important theoretical regulatory point as well on how much should companies spend. At the moment, the costs of faulty systems and processes in technology companies fall directly on Australians and on Australia as a whole, and so are not taken into account in the business decision making. This is a very common theoretical problem with any polluting business, and we've had globally broad agreement on the right microeconomic response to that for 50 years now, which is that the polluter pays, and that the burden of the cost of tackling that pollution most efficiently sits with the company that creates it. And I suppose to read into the record, Facebook, or Meta as we must now call it, I think, has cash at hand of $60 billion US. Alphabet has cash at hand of $130 billion US. And some of that money could surely be spent on ameliorating costs that fall outside the business, on Britons and on Australians as individuals and as societies.
I have some questions. This is very to each response. I'd like to say thank you. I find myself nodding in serious agreement at various parts, and I'm going to come back to what we've just discussed. But I'm conscious I interrupted the deputy chair, so I'll hand back to him and then come back again. And I know Dr. Webster has a question as well.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just ask one question just to wrap up the line that I was pursuing earlier. So, noting the way that this has structured things in your report, and that you've proposed that Ofcom be required to issue a mandatory code of practice to service providers on how they should comply with the duty you're talking about creating, setting out clear expectations of mitigation and management strategies that should form part of their risk assessment and moderation processes, transparency requirements. So on this transparency requirements point, I note that you're proposing that the code should include a transparency requirement on the top 20 viral messages, presumably on an individual platform, published on a monthly basis. Is this sort of analogous to the sort of like a CrowdTangle type service? Is this like Facebook's widely viewed content report? What do you envisage that transparency requirement looking like in practice, A, and then B, what is the effect, the impact that you are intending for that transparency requirement to have? Is this about the broader societal harms that you're talking about earlier in the report, rather than just the individualised harms?
Do you want to take that portion?
Well, if I think the transparency reporting could be important for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it exposes how effective the companies are at regulating their own systems, looking at the sort of content that's there. It also will be helpful for content that maybe is slightly below the threshold. So if you take anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, for example, we've said in the report that the safety objectives of the regulators should consider the impact of public health of disinformation. So you could have the most severe forms of disinformation which the regulator takes intervention on because that content is a clear risk to public health. If someone's recommending you drink bleach to protect yourself from COVID, that could have a clear public health implication. But it might also be interesting to look at the preponderance of certain sorts of information on the platform. Is there a failure in plurality? Are some users being exposed to a high level of content which only gives one point of view? And I think, as you say, CrowdTangle sort of gives you a bit of an insight in this already, in terms of the volume of content around particular themes that exists. And the regulator could start to produce reports as well of that nature, or require access to that sort of information. And again, going back to something Frances Haugen told us was that when you look at the transparency reports the companies produce at the moment, they tend to be based on very generalized data across the whole platform. Now, it could be true to say that for many users, the experience is highly positive. But if you're in a group of people that is being exposed to extremist content or disinformation, what does their experience look like? And that could be 10, 20% of people on the platform, maybe more. And I think you could also start to commission transparency reports based on different audience segments on an online platform, not just an average of what everyone sees. Some of that content may be content that should be regulated, that requires mitigation, and therefore that could be about getting some insights into, well, how effective are the companies in mitigating it based on the audience to certain content derives from. In other cases, it might be below the regulatory threshold, but still very interesting to look at. Are the companies failing from a plurality point of view? Are they exposing big audiences to certain forms of content without any particular challenge to that as well? Is there a preponderance of content that people see? And I think when you look at the regular CrowdTangle data for Facebook, you do see, even though that's based on a wider audience on the platform, you still see that certain voices tend to dominate, certain political opinions tend to dominate above others. And I think transparency reporting around that could be very useful in challenging the companies, even if some of that content falls below the regulatory standard where mitigation will be required.
It rather highlights that the platforms look different than our lived experience, doesn't it, the CrowdTangle data? It intuitively, you know that something different is going on the platform when you see that the prominent content on the platforms looks very different to the lived experience of our public debate.
I think just to add to that, we were very taken by the evidence that said current transparency requirements were just completely not contextualized or really very transparent. And I think that the top 20 viral was just one tool in a very rich toolbox that we recommended. And one of the things that I think the committee were very focused on was algorithmic oversight and what that would throw up. So it was a sort of what's on top, what's underneath approach, making sure the regulator had all the tools, because again and again, we see a barrier of really understanding what the impact of the service is because we can't see it. And a particular area which I've been the committee was concerned about, but I've been working on separately, is, for example, data transparency for bereaved parents. So if your child has died, you can't see what they were looking at. Well, that has obviously a catastrophic and upsetting sort of long tail for the parent, but it also has implications for coroners, for police, for what is continuing to be recommended to other young people for years and years and years after that. So I think that there is this whole kind of pulling up the blinds, of which that is a tiny, tiny piece. But I think that without invading the privacy of other users, we've got to stop this shutting of the blind to actually see what's going on under the hood.
Thank you for that. And again, congratulations on a very comprehensive piece of work. Chair, I'm happy to cede the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. This has actually been an incredibly useful conversation. I want to come back to a couple of things. Professor Woods, one thing you referred to when we were talking about systems and, you know, the reasonableness of some of these systems, and then you started to break it down. I just wrote down a couple of words that during the course of the conversation. One was a reference to minimum thresholds, which I think is a very interesting one, given that in so many instances it seems as though various content which to the ordinary person might seem to be hateful, abusive, demeaning, degrading, dehumanising, doesn't meet these thresholds. They often seem to be quite high, and I understand that there are reasons for that. And I do understand the conversation that was had with me around context being important. Of course, I agree with that. That's fundamental to any communication. But we're talking about prevention of online harm. We're talking about enhancing safety. And then I was looking at the word design, and Baroness Kidron, when you were talking about the importance of design, I was thinking back to my days when the Deputy Chair and I used to work for the same organisation, a very large telecommunication organisation here in Australia. And one of the places I started in that company was in the innovation space. And they used to talk about user-centred design. And I remember sort of learning all about user-centred design. And it just occurred to me as you were talking, I was like, this is user safety design. This is a basic fundamental. You talked about products. It's a basic fundamental principle that doesn't seem to be out of kilter with how technology is built, designed, delivered, considered. I then noted the conversation that we were having around misinformation and disinformation, and Mr. Collins, some of your observations that you were making there. And it seems as though platforms are increasingly well able to pull down misinformation and disinformation. So then I'll come back to something, because I note that we've talked about this whole area of online safety and online harm being a very complex one. I just want to come back to something really simple for a moment, and that's just the individual experience of having something up that's online, that stays online, that other people can see, so it's not just a horrific interaction or a series of interactions in someone's lounge room or workspace or whatever, where it's harmful, it's hurtful, but it reaches a limited audience plus yourself. It goes to, we don't know who can access, who can see. And yet it seems as though when this is put, you can block, but getting it down seems to be a very difficult thing to do. I'm almost finished. I'm just thinking about a couple of instances. So, for example, in my local community, the hotels and the pubs have a policy, banned from one, banned from all. In other words, if you muck up, if you're drunk, disorderly, and do some that meets the threshold and you get kicked out of that pub, you're banned from all of them across the coast. I look at a policy of the New South Wales government, and it's around domestic and family violence, and it's the title that grabs me. It's called Staying Home, Leaving Violence, Flipping it. And I guess I'm just wondering whether your committee, what observations you would make around this whole issue of safety and putting the onus on the ability to be able to kick off harmful comments or even kick off repeated users who actually choose to use these platforms to abuse, intimidate, harass, etc. Whether there's sort of any thought given to that and how that might change the experience if the onus was placed on the individual being responsible for their content and what they actually say. That's a very long question and observation, but I just invite any comment you may wish to make.
If I make one brief comment, I mean, I think we just have to, perhaps put on the record, you go out into the street, you can't stop someone shouting abuse at you. There are always individuals that, that do the wrong thing or make you uncomfortable and so on. What we're talking about here is actually raising the floor on what is an unacceptable situation currently for many people. I think that the two things I would point to, the earlier conversation about, upholding your own terms and conditions and that being a requirement. There is some thought in the report about cross-platform cooperation. And I think the other big point, which we haven't mentioned here, which I think is really worth you thinking about, not least because you have the excellent e-safety commissioner, in Australia, is a much stronger co-regulatory environment, and that was something that we felt was terribly important. So I think that there is a if you pull up the floor of regulation, if you put the harms piece next to the data piece, the data protection piece, and you set the requirements very much more clearly, then I think you can insist on the platforms acting more comprehensively and together as per your ban one, ban them all.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, whilst we felt that it should be clear to users that the law that applies offline applies online, and that is something that the Law Commission has made very clear in its recent work, ultimately the game is not to deal with individual people, but going back to Lorna's points is, and to a degree, my experience on the age-appropriate design code is to put safety by design, have systems that are fit for purpose, have oversight, have enforcement, and are complied with, which make it an awful lot less damaging when an individual behaves badly.
If I can add to that as well, I think your point about ban from one, ban from all, I think is a good one, and I think in terms of what would good regulation look like, do we think would be responsible for companies to do? It might be to say, well, we can see there's a problematic group of people who are sharing extremist content, for example, and we want to alert the regulator to them. We want to alert the regulator to the fact we can see that they are also sharing content between different platforms, that maybe, for example, it's a channel off on a smaller site that is feeding content into a group on Facebook to reach a bigger audience, that the company should share that information with the regulator and with each other to try and have more effective enforcement. I think in terms of what would a good system look like, it is that. And just in terms of an oversight in general, so when we published our report, I saw one of the tech industry groups was saying that we were calling for, the biggest surveillance of online users in history. Well, no, the biggest surveillance in history of online users is the surveillance that's done to target advertising at people already. We're not asking the companies to do anything they don't already do to run ads, to identify what people are interested in, understand that intimately, make curatorial decisions about the content they're exposed to based on that data. The data they use to run ads can also be used to protect people from harm, and fundamentally, that's I think what the regulators should ask them to do, to use the data they have easy access to mitigate harmful content.
I'd just like to add a couple of comments. This idea of, I suppose, a difference between what the platform's understanding of acceptable and what's a community standard. I don't know whether they're just not enforcing or whether they have fundamentally different views about what's acceptable. And so, I'm aware that in the broadcasting, in the film sector, in the advertising sector, the regulators do a whole lot of work to understand what a community, what a society's thresholds are. Now, as Biban and Damien have said, these companies have a lot of data. They should know, or should be in a position to know this. So why are they not? And I think this goes back to my point about training data: is where are their standards coming from? What is their understanding? And so you could, as a subset of systems, have, I suppose, benchmarks in place around, you know, how they're understanding what their terms are, how they're making it clear to users what the terms are. I mean, part of the problem is that we have got some very super dominant companies, so it's very difficult to get, I suppose, a gradated environment. You know, you can't get the pub on Friday night versus the coffee shop on a Sunday morning, because it's all the same platform. And I think perhaps part of the problem is coming from there as well.
Thank you very much for those very thoughtful contributions. We appreciate your time so much. The fact that you've come at short notice and very early in the morning for each of you, we very much appreciate. Thank you for your willingness to have this conversation with us, and also for your offer to provide additional information, including a copy of the report for the committee's consideration. I will just indicate that if for any additional information, if you could forward it through to the Secretary by the 7th of February 2022, and to advise you that you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Again, can I thank you on behalf of our committee for your time and for the very considered information and responses that you have given us. We know that that's very much appreciated, and I have no doubt that we will in some way, formal capacity, continue to be in touch. Thank you once again, and I now declare this public hearing closed, and the committee is adjourned until Friday the 28th of January 2022. Thank you.